Zoning Board of Appeals. And before we start our meeting on this Veterans Day, I'd like to honor those who are veterans. So if you're willing to and a veteran, please stand. We'd like to honor you. Thank you. First item on the agenda is adoption of minutes. Hopefully members have reviewed the minutes. Do you have any edits, comments? Is there a motion to accept the minutes as written?
I move to approve.
A motion to approve in a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you, unanimous. All right, as we begin our cases this evening, each case will come before us and the staff will present the case. The applicant will have an opportunity to present their case, and then we'll open it up for public hearing. While we're having this meeting, if you've got your cell phones on, please put them on silent mode or turn them off, please. And please refrain from any discussion of anything. If you need to talk among yourselves, please exit and come back in when you're done. So we'll have additional comments after the public hearing, or during that from the applicant, and then close the public hearing, and a motion for each case, either to accept, deny, or defer, and then the board will discuss the case and the motion. When you come to the podium, please state your name and your address for the record. Speak into the microphone because this is being recorded and it helps people to hear what's going on when what you say if you speak into the microphone. All right, thank you. Let's begin with the first case.
Marion Ray, zoning planner for York County. And before I get started, I just want to recognize that we have a new employee. Emily Stevens is taking over Asia Martin's position, but she's not our new Asia, she's our new Emily. And she comes to us from the tax assessor's office. So she has a little bit of experience with their assessment board, and we're gonna be nice to her tonight. Looking at you, Tony. All right, our first case tonight is Z21-37. The applicant is Ronald Kelly. The property location is his neighboring property, 1011 Pinecrest Drive. The zoning there is RD1. And they're requesting a variance from the road frontage requirement. You can see this is the lot on the zoning map. It's a long, skinny lot. It's directly between two subdivisions. The yellow is in the county, the gray is in Rock Hill. The applicant actually lives at that yellow star right next to the property. So he's trying to divide off an acre behind his home to put a home on it for his in-laws were going to buy it and put a home to live near him. So it is, let me go back there, it is zoned RD1. It's been zoned RD1 since we adopted zoning in 1987. Here's the proposed lot. The blue is the existing lot. The red is the new lot that they are proposing to cut off. It'd be about an acre there. The entire parcel is about 4.7 acres. It would remain 3.7 acres after the lot is split off. We'll go through the findings here. For A, extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. It is a very challenging piece of property by its irregular road frontage and long, narrow width. It's between two existing subdivisions. The lot contains 4.7 acres, which is far exceeding the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size allowed by its zoning designation. And an access to Pinecrest Drive is too narrow to develop as dedicated right-of-way for a subdivision expansion. So staff finds the proposed variance meets this criteria because there's only one way to use this lot at this time. The conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Those surrounding properties are all either part of a platted subdivision or they are 1 acre in size and they have frontage on a road. This is the only landlocked parcel in the area. So staff finds the proposed variance meets this criteria. For C, application of this chapter to a particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of this property. This property is zoned residentially, and it could be used as a lot for a single-family home in its current configuration. In addition, Rock Hill, where the applicant resides, that lot is inside city limits, outside of the county, allows for an accessory dwelling unit. I've actually provided the checklist for accessory dwelling units this afternoon on your desk. An ADU would allow the family members to build a home on the applicant's existing lot, negating the requirement of this variance. So staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. Authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by granting the variance. The subject parcel and surrounding lots are all single-family in nature with various lot sizes. An additional large lot and single-family home will not detract from the surrounding neighborhood or the public good. So staff finds the proposed variance meets this criteria. However, since the proposed variance request does not meet all 4 criteria for unnecessary hardship, staff recommends denial of the requested variance. We do have some recommended conditions of approval if the board chooses to approve the application. We recommend a 25-foot legal easement to be recorded and remain in perpetuity for ingress and egress for the proposed lot to Ashley Park Drive through the parcel owned by the applicant. And then we also recommend the respective acreages of the proposed lot shall be in substantial conformance with the proposed plat, about 1 acre for the new lot. Individual utilities, well and septic shall be provided for each of the lots and shall be entirely contained on each of the lots. They're both in the county. The 1 acre lot would have to have its own septic system. That's our presentation. Do we have any questions for staff?
This list of standards for the accessory dwelling units that you supplied today?
That's the Rock Hill standards,
That's
yes.
Rock Hill standards? Was there a discussion with the applicant about the possibility of?
Yes, he said he had discussed it with Rock Hill, and it would have been a prohibitively small dwelling unit for his in-laws.
Kind of going to that on C, however, it could be, if the property was purchased and then the city was petitioned for annexation, then by right, they can build a house there.
Yes,
So, and that could be just another layer of things that they have to go through.
right.
It doesn't stop the construction of the home
Right.
back there. It's just more of a process to go through.
Right.
Any further questions for staff?
Yes, do you know approximately what the acreage is on the current house of the Rock Hill house?
It is about, let me see if I have a good picture of it.
The one that's, yeah, of the applicants where they actually reside?
It's roughly an acre. I believe it's just under an acre.
Just under an acre? Okay. Thank you.
I suspect by right, they could also, if they purchase the property, they could build some sort of an accessory structure in the county as well.
If they purchased the property, they couldn't build an accessory, well, they could build an accessory dwelling unit. It wouldn't be considered
There's just
accessory.
nothing to prohibit some type of development on that parcel.
Nothing that we
Because I know there
found
was a
in
lot of
writing.
concern about whether that was a buffer and this or that.
Right. We have found nothing in writing.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yep.
What's the green dotted line?
That would be the proposed easement that we recommend as a condition of approval.
Okay.
The easement coming from the city.
Right, it would be through the city, and that was the agreed upon location between a conversation between myself and the applicant. So the access would be exclusively from the city side, and the other access would not be required.
So the city would allow an easement through the current,
Easements are usually a little more acceptable than changing property lines to allow for it. It would have to be recorded, but, we haven't seen issues in the past with easements like this.
Now I'm confused.
I thought it said in the packet that you could not get an easement in the city.
Yeah, that's where I'm
Staff
confused.
can't approve it. We can't approve it.
So we could approve an easement through the city of Rock Hill property.
Right, but you could also have it as a condition if that the easement through to Rock Hill is not approved, that they still remain having the easement over to Pinecrest.
Okay, as a backup.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. I think we're good. All right, will the applicant please come forward? Again, please state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Ronald Lee Kelly Jr. My address is 1309 Ashley Park Drive. In the introductory comments, I'd like to thank ladies and gentlemen, members of the Zoning Board of Appeals for hearing this case on a special day, Veterans Day. This is about a veteran, a disabled veteran that is looking to purchase the property. I would like to start out by saying that my nickname is Butch. Most people call me Butch, and that my wife and I, have resided for over 5 years at 1309 Ashley Park Drive, and we own the lot, as you can see, directly west of the 4.715 acre parcel of land that is in discussion tonight. On the 40-page printout, let's go to page number 2, okay? So if you're looking at page number 2, it says background and history, Ronald E. Kelly Jr., and then it says he wishes to purchase an acre of the subject property for his in-laws. That is incorrect. That is an error. If you will look at the background history page where it says he wishes to purchase acre property, this is an error because Julianne B. Merritt and Henry B. Merritt are the proposed purchasers of the 1 acre property. And it is noted on page 6, if you look under your 40-page document, paragraph 2. So I wanted to set the record straight that I am not the purchaser. Okay? All right. I represent the Henderson on this application, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of them, as well as representing my mother-in-law and my father-in-law. Okay? On page 3 of the printout, under various findings analysis, section 3. So let's go to page 3 and look at section 3, section C. It's talking about the accessory dwelling unit. Okay? We had tried this before with an accessory dwelling unit with the city of Rock Hill and found out that their calculation is 30% of the heated square foot of our home, which is 1,806 heated square feet. Now, that equals to 541.80 heated square feet, or using 600 square feet, whichever is greater, minus any accessory unit on the existing property. So we have a building. It's mostly a tool shed for gardening equipment. It's about 8 by 12, which is 96 square feet. So if you take 600 square feet minus the 96 square feet, that leaves 504 square feet. And that is just way too small for 2 adults to live in. So I wanted to clarify that, okay? All right, now, the calculations are given on page 136 of 179 pages under the cityofrockhill.com meeting agenda dated August the 2nd, 2017. So if you need that as a reference, and also I've got a page if you want it. Also, I'd like to emphasize, if we'll turn to page 13 of the 40-page agenda, there is a letter that is submitted by Bryce Law Firm. And I wanted to read it so that the others that are participating would be able to understand what is written in this letter. So I'm gonna read it real quick. We conducted a full title search of the property when Mr. and Mrs. Hendrickson purchased it. We looked at all listed and file restricted covenants, as well as the various amendments to them. for the different sections of Meadow Lakes subdivision. We also reviewed plats for Meadow Lakes and Ashley Park subdivisions as part of the determination as to what restrictions applied to which areas. The property is reflected as being reserved for possible future development, but it was never brought into the subdivision nor restricted in any manner that we could determine. Further, it was never formally shown as a buffer on the Ashley Park plats and is simply reflected as being adjoining property owned by Jack White Oil Distributor. It is my opinion, based on the title search, that this property has and had no relation to any portion of the restricted sections of Meadow Lakes nor of Ashley Park, and was simply undeveloped land that lay between the two subdivisions. In the ending note, I thank you for the consideration of the proposed agenda that is being presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Kelly,
sir.
can you please come back up? Excuse me,
Kelly.
sir. Mr. Kelly? We've got some questions.
You said thank you, I thought I was supposed to take the seat.
So in your application,
Can you
there's-
speak up, please?
In your application, there is a statement that this process was kind of initiated because you saw survey stakes behind your home and thought that the property back there was being sold. It had been to a Carla Olympia company.
The Hendersons own it.
Do you know
Arthur
what
and
their
Mifra
intention,
Hendersons.
what was their intention with the property?
Do what now?
What was their intention with the property?
What was their intent of the property?
Yeah, why did they purchase the property? Did they intend to develop it?
They purchased the property. I'm not really sure what that answer is, to be quite honest with you. What intent they had, I do not know.
Any further questions for Mr. Kelly?
Yes, I'll ask. It was just brought to our attention this evening that there is the potential to have the easement access off your property, off of, what's the name of your road? Some Ashley Park Drive? Are you familiar with that? Were you in the know on that?
The easement,
Yes.
now what are you asking about Ashley Park Drive?
Okay, so,
It's on the screen.
okay, so, thanks, Tony.
There's an option to have easement brought across your property.
Okay, and that wasn't proposed in our packet, so that's news to us. So I'm asking you, is that a viable option for you versus going across the property of,
Well, on the way over here, we had a great discussion with Mr. and Mrs. Merritt, which are under contract to purchase the proposed 1 acre. And they were under the impression that the contract would be the 1 acre, which is stated, and you can see the title, along with the easement that would be coming off of Pinecrest Drive.
okay,
And they're real proud, independent people and did not want to have any encroachment upon our property for access to the proposed 1 acre. And that was what I was told tonight when we went over this agenda. And I'm speaking on behalf of my mother-in-law and my father-in-law.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, this time we'll open it up for a public hearing. We'll have those speaking in favor of it. Please come forward first, and then we'll have the option for those speaking against. So are anybody here to speak in favor of the variance request? Seeing none. Also, I think the public hearing, we have a restriction of 5 minutes. Right, so be aware of that when you come up. So anybody wants to speak against the variance request, please come forward.
Hello, I'm Jim Boyd. I'm an attorney in Rock Hill. My office address is 1544 Ebenezer Road. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Tony and Melissa Saylor. If you look at the proposed recorded there, the Saylors, you can see where they own the property adjoining the proposed right-of-way right off Pinecrest Drive. Also own the property immediately behind that, which is a separate lot. And the Hendricksons own the property across from them. There is ongoing litigation at this time between my clients and the Hendricksons, as well as the Olympia LLC, concerning the use of this right-of-way, the scope of this right-of-way, and the use of it. I'm not going to go into all the details of that because, one, I don't have time under the time restrictions. Two, that there is no, to your point, the relative, I just want to make a few points. The actual right-of-way from Pinecrest Drive originally is a 50-foot wide right-of-way. In practical matter, that right-of-way is grown up partially on the side of the Hendricksons. They've planted trees on the right-of-way. There is not 50 feet there at this time. It's a legal 50-foot right-of-way, but right now it's partially blocked by the Hendricksons or the Olympia Company now, and that is part of the lawsuit that's ongoing. The the proposal and the deed that was attached to it is for, if you look at it, for the easement to come off Pinecrest Drive and then going up to the line where the my client Melissa Saylor's property starts, and I can't read the tax map number there, but it's the dotted line on her property. The easement then goes on the east side of the property on my client's property. Now, whether that right-of-way extends there is maybe a legal question, but assuming for the sake of this hearing, there is a 50-foot right-of-way there. What is proposed is there be a 25-foot right-of-way over my client's property, which is clearly my client's property. There's no legal basis to grant another right-of-way across my client's property my client owns. There is, what is proposed to do is to have all on my client's property, while the Hendricksons' property is left free. Their portion of that right-of-way is left overgrown and free. If you go out there, the whole area is overgrown. I mean, it's going to cost a fortune probably to build an actual drivable right-of-way through there. I believe, looking at it, there's a telephone pole in the middle of it, on that right-of-way. I'd take a survey to make sure, but I think that's probably it. Then, even assume you could go and do that, it calls for a right 90-degree turn at the end of the right-of-way. Well, as you can see, if you're using the east side of the right-of-way on my client's property, that a turn into the proposed private drive would require going off the actual right-of-way into my client's property where there is no right-of-way. So it'd basically be a trespass on my client's property. So it's clearly not appropriate. Now, if they get a right-of-way through the other way that's proposed, my clients don't have a dog in that fight. But we certainly oppose any variance that creates a right-of-way from Pinecrest Drive. And frankly, just to let you know, even if this board grants it, we're going to be at court filing for an injunction to keep that from happening. So That, for all those reasons, and I don't have time to go on and on, but we oppose that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do your clients access their residence from this right of way?
We do. They do.
So, were your clients aware of that right of way when they bought that property?
Yes.
The dash line right away shown on their property, that is an existing access easement, or is it a proposed access easement?
There is, well, if you go back, looking at the actual, if you look at it where the line is,
Is there a pointer?
I'm talking this area right here. Is that
Right.
an existing easement on a recorded plat, or is that an easement that the applicant would be asking for from your client?
that's questionable. I can't give a clear-cut answer to that.
Okay, well, sometimes that happens.
But, my client has a easement through there to access their property according to Benson Mortgage. The original, old plat, when they first split off Meadow Lakes, shows a 50-foot right-of-way that, and it's unclear how far it actually goes. But when my client Melissa Saylor bought the property that the proposed east side on later, so it's not a, I mean, they own, whether there's a right of way or not, they own the underlying ground to it. It's certainly unfair for the applicants to say, oh, it's, all the right of way is gonna be on that side of it, while the other side is, that the Hendricks zone is gonna have nothing done to it. Basically, they wanna come in and make a roadway over my client's property that doesn't exist at this time. And
So there's not an existing drive in that easement shown? for
there
their
is a
access?
windy little, I'd call it a trail. You could probably get a four-wheel vehicle through there, but it's not fit for cars to go through. And it curves around. It's not like you see on this plat. It's a very overgrown area.
Sure.
And just to clarify what you were saying earlier, I believe it was the Hendricksons, you said they had trees planted
Well.
in the middle of the right of way?
Yes, well, the whole area is overgrown on that side of it. But if you look back toward Pinecrest Drive before the second lot of my clients began, one of the things, the litigation is the blue area there. There's trees, bushes, planted trees in that area. So those trees block part of the driveway. It's not 50 feet of actual physical drive. There is a gravel drive on the other side, on the side of my client.
And is there anything that says in the right-of-way agreement or anything like that that it can't be maintained?
There is not. I mean, there's not a right-of-way agreement as such.
There's just a platted right-of-way. That's all y'all have to go off of here?
That's correct. It was when Meadow Lakes was originally developed, there was it just shows on a plat 50-foot right-of-way. And actually, in a motion hearing on our case, the Hendrickson's attorney took the position that it was because of the plat, it was open to the public, that anybody can use it, which is inconsistent with what they're trying to do now, and they use half of it for my clients, joining my client.
Right. All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Anyone else want to speak against?
Hi, my name is Jean Pearson. I live at 528 Meadowbrook Lane in Rock Hill. I am here speaking on behalf of my parents, Phil and Carolyn Pearson, who live at 957 Meadow Lakes Road, which is a lot at the corner of Pinecrest and Meadow Lakes. They're out of town this week, and they are opposed to the application, and they wanted somebody to speak on their behalf. And I'm also a lawyer, and so I did not do a complete title search of the property, but I did go and pull restrictive covenants, and I had all the amendments pulled to the restrictive covenants, and I think in the least, it's arguable that this property is subject to the restrictive covenants, and I think most of the owners in Meadow Lakes along Pinecrest would say all that property is in the restrictive covenants for Meadow Lakes. There's a subdivision map that was recorded in 1959 that shows the original grand plan for Meadow Lakes, and this strip is within a parcel labeled Section A on that plat. And then if you go and look at, and were you guys provided the restrictive covenants and the amendments in your packets?
I don't think so.
I didn't see.
Okay. I have those, and I can hand them out if it would be beneficial to you. But at any rate, there's restrictive covenants that were recorded back in the early 60s, late 50s, and a number of amendments. And if you read those amendments and the restrictions that as a whole, Section A is part of the Meadow Lakes planned community. And as part of that planned community, in those restrictive covenants, there are various requirements in there that impose front, side, and rear yard setbacks for the buildings. They also impose a road frontage requirement, and there's a process for getting a variance for the road frontage requirement from the owners association, but because the applicant doesn't believe that this property is part of the association, there's been no communication between the applicant and the Meadow Lakes Homeowners Association. So under the restrictive covenants as they currently exist, there's been no variance given for this property from that road frontage or from any building setback requirements. And I see the proposed 1 acre lot, but there's nothing on there showing me how the proposed house would be situated in that lot as far as frontages. And I don't know what the frontage would be since they don't have any frontage on a public road. So we dispute the fact that they are saying that it's not part of any restrictive covenants. It is, and they don't have any approvals from the HOA for the road frontage requirements or those building setback requirements. The other part of their application that cannot meet is of your 4 A, B, C, D requirements that they have to meet in order to get the variance. Allowing a house to go in here, and I presume the owners have some plans to develop the rest of that property, that would be a substantial detriment to the houses all in the neighborhood, but in particular those houses that back up to it. As the county mentioned in their presentation, this is a strip that's sandwiched between Old Meadow Lakes that was developed in the 60s and 70s and Ashley Park that was developed in the mid-90s. Ashley Park is part of the city. It's your typical city neighborhood with higher density lots. There's street lights, there's curb and gutter, newer houses. Meadow Lakes remains in the county, and it still has a very rural vibe. The people who live there because the lots are big, they're wooded, they can't shake hands out their windows with their neighbors. They have some privacy and they have buffer areas. If this was allowed to happen, it looks like there would be a driveway that would be cleared across the back of all those lots. And so instead of people looking out their door and seeing more of a rural environment, which is what they bought their homes and their lots relying upon, they're gonna see a driveway servicing at least one and potentially a number of lots. And Mr. Boyd touched on it. I don't see from a life safety issue, if you have cars coming off Pinecrest and then taking a hard turn into there, from a life safety issue, I don't know how you get fire trucks in there, and there's not a cul-de-sac. I don't see how you're gonna get a big old fire truck back there. I don't know if that would pose problems for EMS to get back there. So I think from a public safety standpoint, that's of a concern. The other point that would be detrimental to all those lots, and in particular my parents, and from a public safety concern, is that entryway is on a sharp curve that already exists on Pinecrest. Pinecrest is a narrow road. There's no curb and gutter. There are no street lights. It's a rural country road. When Ashley Park was developed, they were given a secondary access further down to the west. And that neighborhood dumps an extreme amount of traffic on that road, and there are a lot of speeders. My child is not allowed to ride his bike on Pinecrest like my brother and I were growing up. And if you go walking down Pinecrest, you spend half your life in that section along there jumping in the ditch as cars whiz by. You know, I think allowing more cars to dump out on Pinecrest is not beneficial to anybody. So it is our contention that they can't meet 2D of their application. And that's all I have. And there are other owners here from the neighborhood that probably have some more historical perspective that I have that they can probably add.
Thank you. Someone else want to come up and speak?
My name is Alan Brand, and I live at 1315 Beckton Court in Ashley Park subdivision. Myself, along with some of the other neighbors out of Ashley Park, abut this property. This property, we purchased ours 21 years ago. In your package, you'll have a letter that came from Thomas Roper to myself and my wife Melanie, which is seated here. That letter basically, when you're looking at a patch of woods and you're probably going to develop or build a house somewhere, the natural question is, answer is, that's really pretty. But you have to ask, what is that going to be at some point in time? So we thought enough of it to have our realtor, Cam Carver, actually ask Tom Roper what this was going to be. So that's the letter that's in there. That letter reflects in there that he had talked with some of the residents, and he had actually said that this property, the intent at the time, was actually to be a buffer between our two developments. And so I say that to, back on July 19th of 2021, that was the intentions. That's what was understood. Unfortunately, that paperwork evidently never made it to filing. And that's one great concern that I have is this buffer's been in there, and many people have moved there specifically to have the enjoyment of property that backs up to many of our residences. There are 19 residents that's affected by this. And the overall, just adding a couple more may not be a big deal, but it is. Because this has been residential, this has been woods ever since we purchased our house. The right-of-way is a concern. I know Mr. Boyd talked about that, spoke of that. That's current litigation. And certainly that is a concern to us. And Ms. Pearson, as she spoke, I have been in public safety for some 38 years. One of the discussions I had today was specifically about fire trucks and about the easement and getting them up that hill. What you don't see here is there's a grade of about 30% right there. And getting a fire truck up that grade, the fire trucks that are purchased today by our county weigh around 45,000 pounds. So therefore, that's a lot on a gravel driveway that's going up. I doubt to say that if the woods caught on fire or if something happened in there with a house that they plan to purchase or build in there, one or two houses, whatever it would be, is that you may not be able to get a fire truck turned radius-wise in there. A normal call-out for fire today on a structure fire is an engine. You also get a ladder truck and a tanker, if that's what it needs. The servicing fire department for this is Bethesda, which is several miles down the road. But the turning radius to get a fire truck in that you spoke about cul-de-sac or something, you wouldn't be able to do that. The sheer weight of the fire truck going up would have a problem. God forbid if there was ice or snow, it may not ever get up. Another thing is right-of-way. Where that proposed driveway is, you also have right behind our letter something that looks like this. This comes from York Electric Co-op. This is a right-of-way of where they just buried underground utilities along that place where they want to have this driveway. Also, Comporium has a right-of-way there as well. Mr. Boyd talked about a telephone pole. That's what it's carrying. It's actually carrying utilities and phone lines and things that go down through there. It also is concerned that when this piece of property was purchased, the whole thing, it was purchased by the Hendricksons. Right after that, it was turned into an LLC, which my understanding is a development company. So if they turn that over to a development company, there has to be a use or a reason for that. Mr. Hendrickson came down and started putting up string all the way down the backside of Ashley Park, and I'm sure he did it on Meadow Lake side too, according to a couple of the neighbors there. And he was siting out his property. During that time, I came home, I saw him in the woods, didn't question, but I went over to my neighbor's house, I said, what's this guy doing? Well, he just purchased property, he's gonna put a home back here. So then all of us started asking questions. You know, what kind of home? How big is it? Now to come to find out, this is what's being proposed to purchase an acre of property on the very end of this. One, ingress and egress, getting in and out of here, specifically for an ambulance, a fire truck. There's gonna be issues with that. But that is a concern that it was turned over to an LLC. There's a lot going on with this. I know you guys, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. He talked about encroachments, you know, and things of that nature. He also talked about the house he wants to build or is gonna be built for his in-laws, which is wonderful. Just beside of his property, which that little green rectangle is there, this house just went up for sale 2 days ago. It's not on the market yet, but it's gonna be. This is right beside of their house. If he really wants to do something for parents, I can't answer for him, but there are other options out there instead of letting them build a driveway and build at least a couple of houses. Because this is residential. As soon as he builds that one, the homeowners that own that property could possibly or potentially build a house on that property as well. So now we have 2 houses, 2 more than we had today. Thank you for your time, appreciate it. I will say this about Marion Ray. We hit her with a bunch of questions earlier in the week, last week. She did a phenomenal job. Thanks to the county staff that has worked on this, and thank you for your opportunity in serving this.
Thank you. Someone else want to come up, please?
Good evening. My name is Vince Morbid. I'm from 1230 Wendy Road in Meadow Lakes. I've been a resident of Meadow Lakes for close to 47 years. I came down from Connecticut as a converted old Yankee, and I'm proud to be here. I also very much so appreciate all the service that you all do for our community and York County. I've been a member of the Architectural Control Committee at Meadow Lakes for close to 45 years. As soon as I came down, they recruited me to be part of that group. And I've worked on it ever since. I've been very proud to be a part of it. Meadow Lakes is an adult community. It's been developed since 1958. We're very proud of it. Jack White, who developed the property, originated the HOA restrictions and covenants, which we have had as our guide, and we have had that as a basis, one of the major bases for maintaining property values and respect within our community. The restrictions require large lots, long frontage, and specific access to major roadways. We're very concerned about this action that's going on right now, and we sincerely request that you deny the variance request. The property that you see here became actually a buffer zone as a result of an action that we, together with the county was very supportive back in the mid-90s, where the Ashley Park was being developed. And we were very concerned that what was Old Farm Road and now Ashley Park Road would be an access way and a direct cut right from 322 into Pinecrest. And we were concerned that this shortcut would be a problem. for our community. So the county graciously joined us in opposition to the city, and at that time, the developers were Brian and Skip Tuttle and Alex Hafley. And we went to trial, and before the trial was determined, the result of the trial, we were able to negotiate a blockage of the Ashley Park Road. If you go out there, you'll see two cul-de-sacs with a straight line in between that blocked it off. This required that anybody who was trying to cut through would actually have to go all the way through the neighborhood. So successfully, we were able to accomplish what we wanted, and the county, and we sincerely appreciated the help and the concern of the county. As a result of the entire action, we were very pleased that the property that's bound, that is circled there, became a buffer zone. And this became something that we also felt was a great accomplishment from our work with the county. We were very pleased to find out that that buffer was there. I also know that the buffer zone was never to be included in Ashley Park because the lot sizes were too big as required by the HOA requirements. So all of that property was always part of Meadow Lakes. And, you know, we are an elder community. We're very proud of our community. We use our restrictions. I'm on the architectural committee. The members of the residents of our community, you know, are very much in resolve to keep the restrictions underway, and they honor them and they respect them, and we continue to look at different building codes and building requirements that people have, new houses that come in and so forth. So this is a very important thing to us. We feel that to deny this property is all subject to our HOA requirements. It has always been since 1958. So I just wanted to thank you for hearing us, and we just ask that you deny this request. It means a lot to this community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, just one thing that you had mentioned. So, Mr. White, this property used to be owned by Jack White Oil Distributor, but Mr. White, he was the developer for the Meadow Lake subdivision?
He was the original developer
Okay,
in 1958.
thank you.
So,
Thank you.
so kind of just adding on to that, are you aware of this letter from the Bryce Law Firm where they did a search?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
So that we have a letter here from the Bryce Law Firm that was submitted by the applicant, where they did a search and found that the property was never in and never included as part of Meadow Lakes or Ashley Park.
I don't know about the filings and so forth, but all I can tell you, Mr. Blair, is that this is part of our community. It has always been. We have maps that go back and show the boundaries, which is including in this particular area. So we have bound ourselves to the HOA restrictions that we adhere to. It's been tradition. It's been part of our whole makeup. I don't know about the specific issues, you know, what's filed and what's not filed, but from a historic point of view, this is our baby. This is something very dear to us that we have adhered to, and we feel very strongly that this is part of our community.
So the issue for me is that, yes, I can understand that historically you've always felt that it was part of Meadow Lakes, but there actually has to be something that says it's part of Meadow Lakes.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but, you know, tradition and the importance of what has
You read my
been
mind.
history
I've
for
been
all of
asking
these
for this.
years. Our restrictions were at one time also amended. And all of those are pretty well documented in terms of maps and so forth that we have used over the years. So it's something that existed, it's something that started in 1958. It has lived as a community that is so strongly unified, and any kind of a disruption in those restrictions or ignoring those restrictions is to us, it would create a reduction in the value of our properties and the harmony that we have had in this community. And that's why we asked the county to look at this closely. There's a lot involved. We're asking that you deny this because there's a lot of tradition and there's a lot of people involved that have been hurt in this whole process. Unfairly so.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I know we just got a book of material from Ms. Pearson. Would you, Ms. Pearson, did you have one or two items that you wanted to point out in this book?
So, some of that in there you may already have. For example, behind tab A is the GIS map that's up there. Behind tab B is the original subdivision map from like 1958 or 1959 that lays out the various sections of Meadow Lakes. This property is the property that I've highlighted along the back of section A. Behind, I think it's tab C, I put the restrictive covenants and all the amendments that I was able to find. And if you read those as a whole, section A is part of the restrictive covenants of Meadow Lakes. And then behind tab D, I think, I may have gotten C and D flip-flop, but behind tab D then is the chain of title for this property that shows that Jack White conveyed it to Jack White Oil Distributing Company at some point, and that company then owned it until July of this summer when they conveyed it to the Hendricksons, who conveyed it to their development company. I did not include in there, but I think I have in my file back here, when Ashley Park was developed, there were 2 lots in Ashley Park that actually got variances from the Meadow Lakes restrictive covenants because it was determined that they were part of the Meadow Lakes restrictive covenants. And if I recall, the Kelly lot may have been, it was, I think the Kelly lot and the lot on the other side of what is now Ashley Park Drive. But so there's been a determination in the past that there are 2 lots in Ashley Park that were subject to the restrictive covenants. And I think they got variances from the front yard setback when that development was done. So that's what I wanted to point out in there. And then behind tab E, I've highlighted the sections of the restrictive covenants that I specifically spoke on as far as the road frontages and setbacks.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak against the variance request? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Catherine Castillo, and I'm the personal representative for my mother-in-law's property, which is 1041 Pinecrest Drive. It's the second square over. So the drive would cut through the back part of her property line. And I agree with what he said, that there is a telephone line that butts right next to that property that you would have to move in some way or even shift the easement over, and that the winding drive to the area in the back would not be really preferable for any type of emergency vehicles to come through. So the easement, from that standpoint, would be hard to grant. From the zoning page here that we just found online, that this little area is zoned as county, not as city, and that Pinecrest and Meadow Lakes is zoned in that county form. So it looks as if that plot of land is zoned for Meadow Lakes. This was just something we found online. I speak, though, for that property, 1041 Pinecrest, and as a person who is younger and owns land, my children grow up there. They love to run and play there, and my issue with the building of the house, as Mr. Kelly stated, it is for elderly in-laws who hope to build a home, but when the time comes, as it will for all of us, what happens to that land, what happens to that property, who will maintain it, especially if it's cutting back through all of our properties in the backside, and the accessibility from Pinecrest, as detrimental as it may be for an elderly person to drive that easement, as they talked about the 90-degree turns and the slippery slope of the gravel lot and what that abides to his in-laws. The easement that comes from Ashley Park would seem as if the best idea, and if he wants to help keep the morale up, the idea that they are so close and that it's a safer aspect for them to drive instead of up the windy, curvy path that would have to be allotted, as the lawyer stated, because it would cut into someone else's land, which I'm guessing would not be the best option. Of course, there are other options and how long it would take to build a house in that area, to have the land graded, to get the vehicles up to get the land graded, and what that does to the detriment of the other community members who have been established there for years. My in-laws built their house in the mid-'80s and have owned it since then, and have been very happy with where they lived and where they were able to raise their own son. So hopefully in the, pathos kind of way, that the emotional appeal would be that you would want your parents close to you with an easier access that is more straight on and safer for them, especially as they are driving and they are elderly. And if the holding is true that the house next door could come up for sale, then that's another option. But I think the confusion and chaos it would cause to the other members of Meadow Lakes and the families who have grown and established there and who want to continue to have their kids raised there would not be the best option for the Kellys in building their house on the backside of that property.
Thank you. Do we have someone else to want to speak against the request? Seeing none, does the applicant wish to come forward and provide any rebuttal?
I would just like to state on the record that my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, I personally had no knowledge that there was an ongoing lawsuit on the 50-foot right-of-way coming off of Pinecrest. This is a shocker to me. I had no knowledge of it. So that's on the record.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. And would the members turn to page 33 of your package?
33?
33. It's a little different than what's shown on the screen here, because it shows the blue line on the screen goes straight up.
Sir, I speak?
I'm sorry, we had,
I'm the owner of the property. I would like to be able to speak.
yes, give me 1 second here, please.
33, you said?
Yeah, 33.
Oh, here we go.
So if you're looking on the screen, you see where the property lines are. It is, at least to me, it's not a 50-foot right-of-way, it looks like the property line. And then it narrows down where that L2 is to 25 feet. So I just want to point that out.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily narrowing down, or that's just the property corner of, Miss
Sailor?
Sailor.
Sailor.
I think that's just showing where the property corner overlaps right away there. I think you got a 50-foot right away all the way down.
Yeah, but the property line's not 50 feet all the way down.
I can answer all those questions for you.
Correct, but the right away still goes over the property line.
I was talking about the property line, yes, I understand that, yes. Okay,
But where are you talking about it cuts down to 25 foot?
the property line does.
I'm still not following. You're saying the right of way shortens down to 25
The
foot?
property line.
No, there's actually, property actually extends out to Pinecrest.
Gotcha, okay.
Yep. All right. Yes, sir. State your name and address, please.
My name is Arthur Hendrickson. I live at 1011 Pinecrest Drive. When we bought that property, we had an extensive title search done. The property was bought for development purposes. Jack White Oil Company is the one who owned all of the property in the area, 166 acres.
I'm having a hard time hearing. Could you speak up, please?
Thank you.
Jack White Oil Distributors owned the entire area. I believe it was 166 acres, and he created the developments there. This property was never intended to be a buffer. As the letter you can see from the title attorney says, it was set aside for future development. The 50 feet right-of-way that's been mentioned, that was a proposed road that was never opened. So basically, it went back to the Jack White Oil Company. There is a platted 50 feet right-of-way. The dotted line, I don't know, is there any way I can point at this map?
There should be a pointer. Is there a pointer there?
This thing?
Yes. There we go.
Okay. This right here is part of the 50 feet right-of-way. And it extends back to here. The telephone pole that Mr. Boyd mentioned is right in this corner. It is not in the middle of the right-of-way. Also, the litigation that Mr. Boyd mentioned is a litigation brought by us against the Salyers for harassment. It had nothing to do with the right-of-way. Actually, we have such a strong harassment case against them that they tried to deflect and bring a motion to prevent us from using the right-of-way. This is before we bought the property. And the judge denied it and threw it out. Can I give this to somebody that can make copies of it?
Okay.
The motion was denied, but they keep going back to the right-of-way, back to the right-of-way. Okay, this map is the proposed right-of-way for this property. This section right here is also owned by the Carla Olympia Company, us. So this, you might call it a road, I would call it a driveway. It already exists. It is there right now. Mr. Kelly just wanted to put gravel on it. We measured Pinecrest Drive with a measuring tape across the asphalt part. It was 19 feet and some odd inches. I imagine 2 fire trucks could pass each other on Pinecrest Drive. So having a 25-foot right-of-way, which is 5 feet wider, there's no problem for fire trucks. And we have already discussed the radius, and there's room to swing that radius. We'll swing that radius over farther here if we have to. That was already discussed. Are there any questions that I can answer? I mean, I probably know more about these plats and these properties than anybody. I've studied it for years.
Seeing none? Thank you. No further questions? No questions?
So I do have one question.
Pardon?
Are you aware of any reason that you could not put a residence on there yourself?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, before we purchased the property, of course, we had the title search done, and we went to the zoning department, talked to them about it. There were 2 ladies there, and they looked up the property, and they said that because of the size of it, we could build 1 building, you know, because it's 1 property, but we could have up to 3 or 4 units because of the size of it. So basically, we're gonna put gravel here anyway. I mean, it's our property. If that doesn't sell, we still need a gravel road to be able to get to the backside of the property. Now, this area right here is full of trees. Mr. Kelly has said that he's going to have a company come in, clear all of the trees out, and make a road there. They mentioned expense, yes. He's going to handle the expense. That was his plan. So none of this over here would need to be used. There will be no encroachment on this property over here. Now, the young lady mentioned a variance that needed to be made on 2 properties for Ashley Park. those two properties were bought from this property right here by Benson Morgan Company. And Benson Morgan Company owned this, all down through here. And he ended up selling 2 lots that were varianced off to Ashley Park. And those are the ones that the young lady is talking about. So basically, this property, with an extensive title search, has no restrictions on it. It is not part of Ashley Park. It is not part of Meadow Lakes. The original Meadow Lakes drawing shows this as a right-of-way for future road, 50 feet right-of-way, and it ends here. And the road never opened. It wasn't a road that was closed, it never opened. So,
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion from the board? I make a motion to deny.
I'll second for discussion.
I think this doesn't meet the 4 criteria and is just a very complicated piece of property. And I think it would be apparently from hearing from the neighbors, it would be a detriment to the neighbors. I just think it's very, very complicated. I do agree that for safety purposes, getting emergency vehicles in there might be difficult. But, so,
In theory, they could go in there and build a single family home and access it from Pinecrest Drive.
Right.
Today, by right.
That's right.
By right. Or depending on the lawyers and the attorneys and all that, potentially that could end up being a higher density development in there if it's found that it's not part of Meadow Lakes or the other subdivision.
Well, I'm willing to disagree just a little. I believe it does meet the 4 criteria. After what I've heard tonight, I've been swayed a bit on the last criteria, but the fact that you have a piece of property that's about 200,000 square feet, and it's surrounded by parcels that are all smaller, some significantly smaller. Its zoning designation, RD1, allows 20,000 square foot lots, which would mean about 9 lots. And I don't think you could put 9 homes on there, but just by the numbers, it would make up to 9. That it does unreasonably restrict being able to utilize a property that's zoned RD1 if you could never divide it and it has to remain at 4.7 acres. It's just a conflict with the size of the surrounding properties, and it's a conflict with its zoning designation. So requiring it to remain the size that it is, I think does, considering its location, does unreasonably restrict it. Now, as I said, I'm a little swayed on the easement. Myself, I would be far more likely to support staff's recommendation on the motion in requiring the easement not come off Pinecrest, come off of Ashley Park Drive. That's my feeling.
Yeah, and just to add about your comment about it meets the 4 criteria. C, it does, but again, if you put an ADU on there, it would have to be about 500 square feet, which to me is pretty unreasonable. I think for a property that's not even an acre to put, you know, there's already one existing house, and to put another 500 square foot house on there, that just does not seem, to me, that's just another problem. So I do think it meets all the criteria. I kind of go along with Mr. Blair, Jeff, that I probably would rather see the easement come off of Ashley Park Drive. I think it'd be just a lot easier and less complicated. And I think eventually there's going to be an easement on this property regardless of what the gentleman, the owner, does to it. But I think for the applicant, I think it would just, I would have no problem approving the easement off of Ashley Park.
Yeah, for me, I would want to have the condition of the easement off of Ashley Park. And whether or not they work out an easement in the rear and that's their primary access or whatever happened in the future with that piece, you know, I would not make that a condition that it couldn't happen, but I would leave that up to the applicant to make it happen with everything that's going on.
I agree with you guys, but the applicant stated that they didn't want an easement off Ashley Park. So,
Right.
But then later on, they also stated they didn't know there was,
Right.
you know,
That was an
a
option.
can of worms going on the other side. So maybe we should take this time to ask the applicant if they've reconsidered.
And I'm not sure that they're opposed to the easement, they just don't want that to be the primary is what I sort of read into that, but certainly let that, you know, if that's appropriate to let the applicant speak to that.
I believe that would be up to the chair.
Yes, would the applicant please come forward to answer a question from the board?
Would you rather have the owner come forward? Would you rather have the
No,
owner?
it's
No.
you, it's you. You own the property that we're talking about getting an easement. So the question is, if we were to approve this variance, a condition would be to have the easement come from Ashley Park, not from Pinecrest. And that would be coming through your property.
We discussed that on the way over here, looking at the 40-page document. And my mother-in-law and father-in-law do not want to encroach upon our property with a driveway easement, period. So it is their request that they do not want to encroach upon our property.
Okay, and the question I would have to you is, if that was a condition, would you oppose it? I'm not asking, I guess the question would be, if that was the condition, would you oppose an easement across your property?
Would I oppose it?
Yeah.
I oppose it because of the representation I have from my mother-in-law and my father-in-law.
Okay. So you would not allow an easement across your property? Okay.
Okay,
All right?
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments, discussion? We have a motion to deny the variance. And a second. All in favor of the denial, raise your right hand. 3. All opposed to the variance or motion, raise your right hand. 4. So, motion fails. Do we entertain another motion? So no motion that dies.
In light of what we just heard, I think this motion is somewhat pointless. But I'm not willing to go far enough to allow the easement as it is currently proposed by the applicant. So I would make a motion for approval, but with the condition that that 25-foot easement would be recorded and remain in perpetuity for ingress and egress for the proposed lot to Ashley Park Drive through parcel 595-01-01016, which is owned by the applicant. Also, that the respective acreages of the proposed lot shall be in substantial conformance with the proposed plat, and that individual utilities, well and septic, shall be provided for each separate lot and shall be entirely contained on each lot. All wells and septic systems must remain on each individual lot.
Second.
We have a motion to approve with the conditions presented. Any discussion?
So, I guess the question I would have then is that the way we worded that, does that say that both easements, the proposed easement that's on the plan and the green one are both put in place?
No, I will clarify that the only allowed easement is from Ashley Park.
Through that parcel.
Yes, to
Applicant.
the applicant's parcel.
Now, let me ask you this, and it might be a legal question. If we were to grant this variance for this piece of land, and they deny it, can somebody else use that variance in the future?
I mean, staff would tell you, but the variance remains with the property, so do the conditions.
Right.
Right. And one of the conditions, you have to get the easement from that property.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know that I would have wanted to second it with that restriction. I would like them to have the ability to have access to the rear if that's deemed appropriate at some point. But I wanted them to know that there was an access in perpetuity to that property from the front. I can't control per se whether they're ultimately able to get an acceptable access to the rear or not. I didn't want to restrict them to not be able to act. If that gets developed into something else, it may, or whatever happens to that in the future, it might make a lot of sense to have an access to the rear. I would not have wanted personally to prohibit that from being a possibility. It may never work out. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts out there, but I did not want to prohibit them from being able to do that. But I wanted to ensure that there was at least one access to that property in perpetuity.
So do you want to withdraw your second?
I do withdraw my second.
I second.
Okay.
Okay, I want to ask a question, so I have clarity. You're willing to grant a variance, but the easement has to come from, what is it, Ashley Park? Even though they're saying, we don't want that. And, okay.
Basically, that's your only choice. If this is what you want to do, that's where it's got to come from. That's the motion.
And they don't want to do it.
They don't want to do it, so
Then it
why
dies.
are we
Why
trying to
give them
make this
something
work?
they're not gonna use?
We have to end up with something.
Or
Well,
we can defer so that they have time to think about it more deeply and come back versus them not being able to come back for a year.
You know,
That,
I can't,
Do you-
I can't get on board with that.
well,
just had an applicant.
we have a motion that we can vote on, right?
That's right.
Unless you want to pull it back and defer it, we've got a motion to approve. Right?
Motion
Okay,
to
well, it
approve.
got
We
a
have to vote on
second.
Conditions.
We have to vote on
We
it.
have to vote on it.
All right, with conditions.
Is there more?
All right,
Speaking.
so we have the motion to approve with the conditions and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Three. All opposed, raise your right hand. Denied.
So again, I will make a motion. Do we have to make another motion since we?
No, that
So
was
we
a
would-
motion to approve it.
With conditions.
I would
So-
make a
so we're-
motion to
But
defer.
the motion failed.
Motion fails?
Motion failed.
Or do we have to come up
So we
with a?
still don't have a motion. We still don't have a,
Right.
Decision.
No, we had a decision to deny.
No,
Well,
No, it
basically,
failed.
no, it failed.
They both failed.
both failed.
Both failed.
Both motions have failed.
That's right. So I'm gonna make another motion to deny.
Now, second.
Motion to deny and second. So we have a second motion to
We
deny.
have one of those.
We already did have one of those.
So,
That was the first motion.
That was the first motion. Oh, you think somebody changed their mind? Okay.
Yeah.
We
We
can't
can
do,
make multiple motions, same, right?
So you've had a motion to deny that failed, you've had a motion to approve
With
that failed, and the chair has entertained, has opened for another motion.
Right.
yes. And that motion can be, again, to deny.
Yes, if based on the discussion, someone has been persuaded, you can move forward.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to deny? All in favor of,
Let me just, John did have an idea that possibly we should give the applicant a month to discuss their options going forward, because it's pretty clear that we have to have a motion, and a motion to approve is not looking very likely right now. I mean, I don't know. And quite possibly the applicant may want to confer with his in-laws and see if they can't come up with a solution themselves and bring it back rather than suffering a denial and waiting a year.
I will retract my motion to deny and amend it to a motion to defer for 30 days or until the next meeting.
Second.
all right, we have a motion to defer and a second for, until the next meeting. And
And I guess I would just say, I would ask the applicant if that is even thought to be beneficial. I mean, if they're not even going to discuss
Well,
it.
if they're not, then they don't have to come back. So, I mean, we've already brought them up
That's
here a
true,
couple times.
that's true.
Let's just-
Next
let you
next
make
month,
that
we could
choice.
just, yes. Very
Okay.
good. I'm on board.
any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to defer, raise your right hand. Thank you.
Anybody else want to make another motion?
Yeah, let me go out.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're gonna have, next case coming up, C-21-38. We'll, give an opportunity for those who were here for the first to leave before we start presenting.
No matter what.
Yeah.
hour and a half. Who would have figured?
Hey, they might say a lot of things about us. They can't say we're not thorough.
Right, exactly. We're seeing all angles and. Yeah. Well, there is so much
There's a lot to this.
certainty.
Right.
We do three papers, or we just do
Was
them?
new to them. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Do we have somebody with staff who can turn off the air conditioner?
crank the air down. It's gotten cold in here all of a sudden. We're chilly. Yeah, I guess.
Turn the AC off.
There we go. I know. Oh.
Okay.
yeah. Thanks for asking. All right. Clear out the room a little bit.
Y'all were supposed to go easy on Emily. It's her first night.
It only gets better from here, Emily.
Set the bar a little low.
Thank you. That's a final.
All right, our next case tonight is Z-21-38. It is a road frontage variance. The requester is Stephanie Montuori, and it's at 228 Coyote Lane. The property is zoned RC2. Here you can see on the zoning map, this property is east of the new Fort Mill Parkway and just south of the Fort Mill town limits here. That's the gray. So you can see here on the aerial, there is a house on the lot. It is irregularly shaped. The lot was created by an estate split up by the applicant's grandfather. So, it has 0 road frontage. It does have easements to the lot. There are a couple of houses in front of it. So the applicant wants to create Lot 3 here in red from Lot 1, which is in blue. Lot 2, which has the dashed lines, has already been subdivided from the Lot 1 larger piece for the same applicant, but she has sold the property and is wanting to build another house to be near her mother who lives in the home there, Lot 1. And go through the findings here. Extraordinary exceptional conditions. The subject parcel is a non-conforming lot without legal frontage on East Hensley Road. The division of the applicant's grandfather's estate created the irregular lot frontage. However, there are several incidences of similar divisions in the immediate area, so staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. Staff identified multiple other landlocked parcels, either accessed by easement or private road within 700 feet of the subject parcel. So again, staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. Because of these conditions, the application of this chapter to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Again, this is another case where the applicant could, well, we would normally consider an ADU. Unfortunately, the existing home is a mobile home, and a mobile home cannot have an ADU or be an ADU. So they could not build one on this property. So unfortunately, though, the applicant has already received a lot via family exemption, and that was, I wrote it down, in 2004, I believe. And so she has already received a lot off the parent parcel. So staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. The authorization of a variance will not cause harm to the surrounding area. The surrounding lots are all single-family in use and meet or exceed the minimum lot size for the RC2 zoning designation. So the proposed 2 lots of no less than 2 acres will be consistent with the surrounding lots. So staff finds the proposed variance does meet this criteria. Since the proposed variance request does not meet all 4 criteria for an unnecessary hardship, staff recommends denial of the requested variance. If the board recommends approval, we do have 3 conditions that we recommend. The division of the lot shall be in substantial conformance with the proposed plat. The individual utility shall be provided on each of the lots and be contained on the lots. And a 25-foot legal easement shall be recorded and remain in perpetuity for ingress and egress for tracts 1, 2, and 3 as labeled on the proposed plat. Do we have any questions for staff?
So you, in your analysis, say that the lot is a non-conforming lot.
I'm sorry, I can't understand.
So in your analysis, you say the lot is a non-conforming lot.
Correct. It does not have road frontage, so staff cannot subdivide it.
Okay. You also stated that there are several instances of similar divisions.
Yes,
Can you be more specific?
Let me see if our aerial back here. One more.
Oh, good.
All right, Jeff, can you help me out?
Do you have this one?
Yep, that one.
This
So if you'll
one.
notice there in the same zoning designation, directly to the right of this, those are several private roads with individual lots that have no frontage. You can
Yes.
kind of see, I was
Yeah,
trying to get to the
there's a
zoning
road
map.
called Ichabod Lane, I believe. to the
Ichabod
right.
and Sleepy Hollow, I believe, is maintained by the county, but Ichabod is not. So you can see
So-
directly to the right there are multiple.
In RC2, it would not be possible to subdivide those lots as they exist now.
No, you cannot. We cannot subdivide, staff cannot without a road frontage variance. The lot must have 100 feet of frontage on a county or public or state-maintained road. Private roads do not count, and easements do not count.
But what I mean is just because the size of the lots on Ichabod and RC2, if you divided them, they're roughly 1 acre lots. So you wouldn't be able to divide them even if you could.
Right, right.
So
they're
they,
already
they,
small.
they, in a way, they don't really apply to this situation because this property is much larger and able to be divided.
Right, but it is also landlocked like the other ones, considering it's a private road.
So where is Ichabod?
Here,
I
this little curve right
okay.
through here.
I figured it was in through there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what's accessing, giving those
Yeah, Sleepy
people-
Hollow kind of comes down between the two zoning designations here.
Okay.
And Ichabod curves off.
Gotcha. So that's how they're accessed. So, okay.
So your conditions A and B to me are they're both contradicting each other, you know, and I would say this is extraordinary and exceptional, even though you say there's several others in the same area. It still presents it to be, I guess, extraordinary since it is landlocked.
It's a double negative. I also have
Right.
problems with it too.
Right. Yep. Okay. Any further questions for staff? No. Thank you. Would the applicant please come forward?
I'm a little intimidated after all that other stuff.
Well-
I don't have all that. So,
Name and address, please.
Stephanie Montori. I'm at 2147 Greystone Circle in Catawba. Right now it's a rental. We did have the house for sale. We were supposed to close. Our buyers backed out 6:30 the night before closing. So the house is still for sale where I currently have the 330 Timberwolf Trail, which is the 2-acre lot, connecting to this. So, what we're trying to do is just stay there. I can't afford the house that I built 17 years ago. I'm much older, my kids are grown, it's a huge house, I can't afford it anymore. The taxes are going out the roof. So I am basically forced to sell it. I've lived on Hensley Road my entire life, I'm 50 years old. I've never left my mom. All of this property belonged to my grandpa at one point, and then when he passed, he split it off, and then it's, as generations go, we split off. It's all family around there. I'm not even taking a tree down. I don't have to clear any land. I'm using and just extending my mom's driveway. Just coming on around the house and gonna put a little house there. My mom's not in great health. She needs me there. I had to quit a job in Charlotte where I made a lot more money to come here to be closer. My sister is I'm gonna be her guardian at some point. We won't be there forever either. I know that eventually I'll move as well. But in the meantime, I've got to take care of my mom. I've got to take care of my sister. And I can't do that being far. It's not like you can go somewhere in Fort Mill and buy a reasonably priced place now. You can't. My mom has land that she can give me that I can put a small dwelling on and be right there. And when she passes, my sister doesn't have to move. She can stay in her home that she's been in, and I'm from here to there away from her. If there's an emergency, I'm there. If there's anything, I'm right there. I can't just abandon my family. I understand that there are these variances and things, and I get why they're there. Everybody around there, if you look more at the satellite view, everybody around there, half of them, they're our family. We're kin to them. To my knowledge, there's nobody opposing this. It's just, we just want to put a house there and stay together. I know that there have been some of the properties sold and they're rental properties now. They look like garbage. They're not maintained, they're not taken care of. That's hurting the sale of my current home now. But I knew when I built the house, you drive past trailers and single wide trailers and stuff. I don't have a problem with that. I don't care. That's still, a lot of those people are my family. They're my cousins. They're my aunts. It's just, we're all just family there. The Hensleys, I'm a descendant of Hensleys. That's Hensley Road. Like, we had all of that property at one point. And you guys all have a copy of the letter that I submitted with this?
Yes.
Do y'all have that? I mean, that's how I feel. I feel like, I grew up in Fort Mill, went to high school, and I love I love this town, but what it's become is a double-edged sword. You know, and for the people who have lived here and had this property for all these years, and now we have somebody else come in and tell us, well, you can't do this, and you can't do that, and you can't do this, you can't do that. We just wanna stay together. There's a few native Fort Mill people that just wanna stay there and take care of our families. And it just seems like, you know, if we wanted to put all this up for sale to a developer, well, he could come in and put a house every quarter acre, but I can't put one. And the half of that property goes downhill to a creek. It's not like, it's not even usable land. You know, we just want the little flat part that's already there. My son had started doing this, I think it was 3 years ago, to clear it, and he was gonna build his home there. We would've all stayed there. And that impact fee, $18,000 impact fee fast, well, he couldn't afford now to put a home there because he'd have to build a smaller home because he's gotta give, you know, the city all this money. So he couldn't even build there, but he had it approved to do it, you know. So when we went to do this, we're like, okay, well, that's fine, we'll sell this and we'll just build right here. And then we ran into all this, like, we had no idea we would, you know, have all of this, you know, against us. We're just asking to let us stay together. I'm not trying, I just wanna build a little tiny house, you know, about 1,600 square foot, just big enough to be there and be able to take care of my family. It's pretty simple. I mean, I understand that there's rules and everything there, but there's no issues with easements. The other little property they were talking about that was cut off, that was for my sister. That was actually the home place where the original farmhouse was on there. And, you know, she got remarried and she sold and she moved, you know, and now it's a rental property and it looks like garbage, you know, but whatever, none of that really matters to us. We just want to stay together. I need to be able to take care of my mom. She's too old to move. Could I sell and go buy land somewhere else and take her with me? Yes. She's too old to move. She doesn't want to leave where she's been. That's her roots. That's where our papa was. That's where our family was. I understand that. You know, there are rules and things like that, but there's family. And there are people that you want to stay together. And I understand that we have to go through these processes and things like this, but I am begging you to please let me build on my family's land that is already ours. We already have a driveway. I understand I can do a septic. I get all that. I've done that. There's no problem with any of that. We just want to be able to know when my current home sells that I can be in my rental and then I can build a house as quickly as I can. And you're gonna get my $18,000 impact fee even though I've been here my whole life. You know, I mean, there's still money to be made off of us. You know, we just are asking to please let us stay together. That's all we wanna do. Please.
Anybody have any questions for the applicant?
So just, on your, I think this was, you captioned this. So there is a house currently on the piece of property that you want divided off. Is that
What you're seeing there is a barn. That was our tractor barn.
Okay, so it's an implement.
And it was existing there, and
Okay.
when my son was gonna build there, we had already taken that down.
Okay,
So right now, it is leveled and cleared and ready to be built on.
gotcha.
It's just grass that we have to cut
Okay.
right now.
Okay. Ms. Montori, thank you.
One quick, are there existing easements all the way back to the property? I see the one.
If like that's what that little line, I don't really know how to use this thing, but right here, this little line right here is like okay. So the driveway comes here, so all I would do is just extend it off and come right here. Cause pretty much this is about all that I could use right here. All of this from here on down is down creek and downhill and it's a creek. So I'm just gonna put right here, basically right about where the barn was. So what we'll do is just come right off my mom's driveway and come right along the line, like right there. That's all we'll do, very short driveway. Just an extension to what's already there.
But that wouldn't be the real easement though, right? The current easement is on the western property line. It goes back to that parcel number 2. Yep.
She's got it drawn, there's something, I can barely read it, but I believe that says 15-foot drive easement of the right side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd say
Well, that-
But there's a 25-foot on the other side, that's what you,
Just to that parcel, the circle number 2 on the screen. Yeah. Okay.
either way you go, there's easement.
Okay.
There's easement to the property,
Right.
recorded easement to the property.
So the green shaded area doesn't need to be extended.
The green shaded area has nothing to do with anything that we're doing
Okay.
at all. My current driveway, this is my current driveway right here to this land right here. This right here is that driveway. So this is Timberwolf Trail right here. And then my driveway breaks off right now and it comes right here, and then that's the current house that's there. This has nothing to do with anything we'd be doing. We would be coming off of Coyote Lane right here. And this was the lot that, that used to be my sister's right there. So this comes up, there's actually a house right here, right there. So it comes off here, and then all I would do is, once I'm well onto her property, is just come right around here and right down the line, right there. It's along the backside, that's all it is, right there.
Okay.
So
All
that
right.
green shaded area really has nothing to do with it at all.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Anybody here to speak in favor of the variance request? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Montori. I'm Stephanie's husband. Before I say anything, I just want to say I want to thank you very much for recognizing veterans. I'm a retired veteran. Person that owned this property, Mr. William Plyer, was a retired Marine. So I just want to say, on behalf of him, this is what he wanted for his family. We're not trying to subdivide anything. We're just trying to keep this family together. She wants to take care of her special needs sister and have her live a normal life. I've only been down here for about 12 years. I've seen a lot of changes in Fort Mill. I couldn't even begin to see the changes that these people have seen since they grew up. I mean, it went from dirt roads and woods to major development right next door. I just want to say thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope you guys do the right thing. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bless.
Anyone else to speak in favor of the variance request? Anyone here to speak against the variance request? Okay, seeing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion from the board?
I make a motion to approve, subject to the conditions stated by staff in the report.
I will second.
Okay. Have a motion to accept with the conditions that are listed. And 3 conditions listed there. I would ask about
There was,
the 25-foot legal easement. Is that gonna actually be required? If they've got one that goes to track 2 now and one that goes to track 3?
Yeah, but the one that goes to track 3 is only a 15-foot, I believe that's what that says, 15-foot drive easement.
Well, I think they need to add the 25-foot, and most of it looks like it's there. As long as, I'm okay as long as that easement is established by plat. In reality, where they actually enter, because it's a family, is irrelevant to me, just as long as there's that 25 ingress, egress easement there in perpetuity. You know, we've had a number of these come up before where it's family, old family land, and families want to stay together, and have granted that similar variances a number of times. So to me, there's somewhat of a precedence there to make that happen. And in that part of Fort Mill, that's very common. There's a lot of old Fort Mill families, family land. The families want to stay on that land. It just makes sense to me. It's you know, it's a code thing that they can only have one residence per parcel. So they have to subdivide it in order to create that homestead.
Can we go back? Yeah, those are the three. However, go back to that one, that figure with the 3 tracks. So I'm just concerned about that last condition. If we say it,
You don't have this in your slide?
no, well, I didn't see it. Yep. So if there was an existing easement that goes along the southern property line and the eastern property line to track 3, it's already there.
But it's not.
It's
It's not
15, it's
there.
not
It's
25.
15 along the
But
southern end.
do they need to make one that just expand that one to 25 feet and be okay?
I think that would be,
They could, I would defer that to staff, just as long as
Yeah.
there's a permanent 25-foot easement recorded to establish that third parcel.
And it doesn't need to mention track 2, because there's already one. to
It's
track
already
2.
there for track
It's already
2.
there.
It shows it is, yes.
I think the green may have been staff's recommendation where that 25 easement would be. I think the standard is 25 feet for the county when these situations come up.
So 25-foot legal easements shall be recorded and shall remain in perpetuity for the ingress and egress for tracks 1 and 3. Should we say by expanding the existing 15-foot right away? Or
I don't know that we necessarily need to say that. I mean, that can be their choice, and staff will approve that.
is that something staff could do? Work with them on the actual easement?
We're required to do a 25-foot easement. If they can make it work along the eastern side of that lot, then we can certainly do that.
Okay. And if they need to go to the northern route, like you have it in the green there, they could do that. Fine.
so if we just leave it as worded.
I guess so.
So 1, 2, and 3.
Yep, okay. So no changes to the agreement, the conditions. We have a motion to approve with the 3 conditions that are presented. And a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to case Z2139.
Approaching 10.
Oh, that's right there.
Yeah, it is.
I was like, where did the time go? I was like, oh, thank you.
We can amend that to the clock record.
Get this one done.
Our third case tonight is case number Z21-39. The applicant here is Eric Scott Moore. The property location is 250 Hambright Road. It is zoned RC1, and it's a minimum road frontage variance. Here you see the property. It is zoned RC1 with some adjoining RUD and some AGC in the area. This property is located just west of Clover. That's the gray area you see on the right side of the map. From the aerials, you can see it's single family, fairly consistent size lots, but there are some smaller and there's some larger undeveloped areas. This is the proposed lot. You see there, it's a pretty standard back split for a lot, and I'm showing the proposed easement along the north side of the parcel there. It looks like there's a little structure in there, and my green area kind of blocks where it says building to be removed. So they're gonna remove the building to have the easement down the side to put the home in the rear. So we're gonna go through the approval criteria. This subject parcel is a conforming lot with legal frontage on Hambright, so staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And the lots on Hambright meet frontage requirements along the entire 3,145-foot length of the road. So staff finds the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. So the applicant could put an accessory dwelling unit on the same parcel as the primary dwelling. So staff finds the proposed variance doesn't meet this criteria either. However, for D, the surrounding lots are all single-family in use and meet or exceed the minimum lot size for RC1. So the proposed 2 lots of no less than 1 acre each will be consistent with the surrounding lots. So staff finds the proposed variance meets this criteria. So unfortunately, since the proposed variance request does not meet all 4 criteria for an unnecessary hardship, staff does have to recommend denial of the requested variance. But if the board decides to approve the variance, we do have the conditions of approval. These are probably starting to look a little bit familiar. Number 1, the division of the lot shall be in substantial conformance with the proposed plat. The individual utilities shall be provided for each of the lots and shall be entirely contained on the lots. And the 25-foot legal easement shall be recorded and shall remain in perpetuity for ingress and egress for the proposed rear lot. Do we have any questions for staff?
Any questions for staff? No? Thank you. Would the applicant please come forward?
Good evening. My name is Eric Moore, 250 Hambright Road, Clover, South Carolina. I'm here today to request a road frontage variance of 100 feet so I can build a home behind my mother. I want to do this to be able to better take care of her as she gets older. She has some health issues that are making things difficult for her. I also want her to be able to maintain as much independence as humanly possible while being able to keep an eye on her. My mom and dad acquired this land in May of 1977. My father passed away in 92, and that's when it was transferred to be my mother solely. This is where I grew up, and it means a great deal to me. The plan is for my wife and I to build our forever house here in the same field that I grew up playing football. Through some of my own research, I was able to find examples of other types of requests like this being approved in the nearby area. 336 Hambright Road is subdivided and landlocked with a mobile home. That is in the zoning map that was showed earlier. Neighboring street, Heatherlock Drive, has 2 examples. It's 141 and 167 Heatherlock Drive are both subdivided and landlocked easements for access to single-family homes. All of these addresses reside within Boschmer Estate subdivision and all have the same RC1 zoning. Again, I don't believe it'll cause any negative effect on any of the adjoining property for us to build a home back there. We had considered this as an accessory dwelling unit. The restrictions this would impose, as I understand them, would be we'd either have to build a house twice the size of the current structure or half the size of the current structure. The current structure is 1,600 square feet. 800 square foot home doesn't make a lot of sense, and a 3,000 square foot home for 2 people is not very practical either. And just through some of the testimony I've heard here earlier tonight, it is a mobile home that's currently on my mother's property. So I don't know that an accessory dwelling unit would actually be okay, regardless of what was just said earlier. The easement Marion spoke of is already submitted on the plat that we submitted for approval, and that building it's just an old dilapidated storage building that I plan on pulling down as soon as we would have an approval to make that easement a driveway. We've already gotten the permit from DHEC to have our septic put in, so that's not an issue. I have no concerns with the well being on the same property either. We intend to build a home between 1,800 and 2,200 square feet, either a modular or a stick-built. Again, I understand you have many things to consider, and it's your duty to weigh all the factors and determine a fair outcome. I ask you please look within your heart and grant us this variance. It would mean a great deal to my family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, you mentioned that there were other lots within Bossimer Estates that had already been subdivided?
That's correct.
Can you point those out on the map? If we can get a map up here, you could.
There's 2 to the south. You're along Lester Road?
I can't get this whole thing to work here, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Okay, so on, off of Lester Road, this is, Heather Lock Drive here. These two properties are, I believe it's 2016 to 2017, those were approved with no road frontage. And they are single-family homes on those as well. And then up here on Hambright Road, this little corner is also, it's a mobile home. I think it was actually done in 1994, though. It's a bit older.
And those are within the same subdivision.
It's a really old subdivision. The way it was platted out originally, it was Boschmer Estate subdivision. I believe where we are currently, where the red square is Block D, and then Heather Lock Road was Block E. But they were part of the same original subdivide.
Any further questions for Mr. Moore? Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in favor of the variance request?
My name is James Miller. I live at 266 Hambright Road. I'm on the side that he wants to put the drive in. I have no issues with it, you know, as long as he does it according to what needs to be done. And as far as the house, you know, no problem with that either.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else to speak in favor of the application, the variance?
Yeah, my name's Michael Spinalgo. I moved out here 4 years ago in December, and I live next to his mother where he's wanting to build.
Can you state your address, please, for the record?
240 Hambright Road. I live right next to his mother. And I talked to her Sunday and asked her what was going on because all we got was a little card in the mail. And she told me, well, he wants to put that driveway out, which would be between him and Mr. Miller's house. And I'm good friends with his mom and his younger brother and stuff, you know. We have no problem with it as long as he does everything that he's supposed to do. You know, having the property surveyed so he doesn't put the house he wants to build on our property and everything. My landlord who lives with me, Mr. Green, right here, you know, I talked to him about it and there's no problem. Because we're buying the home that he has, we're buying off of him on a land contract. So, personally with him, so. But I have no problem with him doing that. If he needs any help, hey, I got a chainsaw and a long square and I'll come right over.
All right,
Good
thank you.
neighbor.
Anyone else to speak in favor of the variance request? Is anyone here to speak against?
Maybe.
Okay, we have somebody. Nope, okay. All right, seeing none, public hearing is closed.
Can I ask staff a question, please?
Yes,
Can you just elaborate elaborate on what the applicant said about the accessory dwelling unit? He said he could only build a certain size. It was either too big or too small. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
An accessory dwelling unit has to be 50% smaller, heated space smaller than the primary unit.
Okay.
We have had several instances where somebody builds a smaller home and then builds a home twice as the size to make the current primary the new accessory. So
Gotcha.
it's just half the heated space.
Happy, okay.
all right. Do we have a motion from the board?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Do we have a second? No second? Do we have a, so again, that's not a motion, right?
Motion
Do
dies
we-
without a second.
Do we have another motion?
I'll make a
Motion
motion
to
to, go ahead.
I was gonna say a motion to approve
I'll
with staff's conditions.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve with the 3 staff conditions presented to us. Discussion?
Well, for me, I think it's similar to the prior case. I mean, it's family property. There's no opposition from the neighbors around it. And as long as he is willing to do what is required, I don't see there being a detriment to this being granted. They're keeping it in the family and, similar to the prior case.
I'll say that I spent more time on this one than any of the others. And I went on the GIS system and I printed out all kinds of plat reports and all kinds of stuff just to try to find something that meets the first condition, as in extraordinary and exceptional conditions to the property. And there just simply aren't any. I mean, you look at the neighborhood map and it's all the lots are nearly identical. So I can't get over the very first condition hurdle. I would disagree with the last case because the last case was a different lot in a different condition. So, yeah.
How about those lots that the applicant pointed out?
Right.
What's that? The ones that are already divided?
Correct.
Well, in order for something to be extraordinary, it has to be out of the ordinary. And if you look at the map, the ordinary lot in that neighborhood is this lot. This is the very definition of the average lot in that subdivision. So, I mean, if it's the very definition of the average lot, you can't say it's extraordinary. And that same argument, the four conditions, A and B, there really ought to be three conditions, because A and B just run all over each other all the time. If you can't find A, you can't find B. But it doesn't meet B under the same argument.
Well, there was a motion and a second. Do we vote and?
Yeah,
see
any
where it
further
goes?
discussion? No. We have a motion to approve with three conditions. All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, it's 5. All opposed, raise your right hand. 2. Thank you. Motion is carried. Approved. All right, our next case. Before we get into our next case, let's take 5-minute break. Have motion, we need a motion.
Oh, I make a motion to take a 5-minute break.
All in favor, raise your hand. Okay.
So I get So I guess I would say that the gray area of B is what conditions are we talking about? The conditions that, the county's conditions that go on separate property, go on subdivided property, or is the conditions of the applicant?
I think this is quite out of
So, yeah, that's why I would say it runs over with condition A, because if it's the same, everybody gets treated the same. Or the case before, that was a unique lot. Maybe one of the first.
your packet have this one?
Yes,
I don't, mine
it
is-
did. Is that, what number is that,
Unless I
3-6?
just combine
It's 3-6.
two.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the property with the 4 buildings behind, and they wanna. Oh, this is for the,
So,
All right, our next case is Z21-40.
All right. Good evening, Zoning Board of Appeals members. I'm obviously not Rachel, but please bear with me as I fill in for her this evening. This case should be a little familiar too. It's related to another case that came before y'all at our last meeting, I believe it was, or no, in August, so a couple meetings prior. It's a variance request by Ms. Suzanne Penner. Property location is 554 Riverfront Road, tax map number 562-0301-043. The property is actually zoned PD and is part of the Riverfront Estates subdivision, and the request is to remove a total of 5 grand trees from the property. Here's the property, similar location map. This should look familiar to y'all, as I said. They came before y'all previously for a variance request to the PD itself actually had a 50-foot setback from the rear property line, and they were also requesting a variance to encroach in the Lake Wiley buffer. This time they're before you to request removal of the 5 grand trees. These are the 5 grand trees from this aerial here. Looks like they aren't on the property line. Our GIS, that's understandable. It could be shift between the layers, but those are, the stars are over the 5 grand trees they're requesting to be removed. As I said, there's a little background. They want to construct a new house. It came before y'all in August. The 50-yard rear setback that they were granted a variance to encroach into was part of the PD requirement within the Riverfront Estates PD. They also requested a variance to encroach into the Lake Wiley buffer to construct a pool and a rear deck on the lakeside. That variance request was denied by the board. So the request before you tonight is, well, let me go back. So as part of the request to encroach into the rear yard setback, it was approved with 2 conditions. The first one is that all development must occur outside the 50-foot Lake Wiley buffer, which is standard. And the second was the applicant should obtain a licensed arborist to assist with the preservation of the existing grand trees on the property during the construction process and an adequate tree protection plan. Hence the reason they're before you tonight. That's to request to remove 3 of the 5 grand trees. When they came the first time, we knew of 2 grand trees on the site. Staff had visited the site with the applicant and some of their representatives, and there were actually 5 grand trees on the site. These are the 5 grand trees on the site. The 2 green trees were the ones that came before y'all that we were aware of that y'all said had to stay. The 3 red ones were ones that were identified when staff was out on site with the applicant and their representatives. Those 3 trees in red are actually within a drainage easement and, have caused issues on the other property, flooding issues on the adjacent property and on this property. So they're requesting to remove those as well. Here's the mitigation plan that was submitted by the applicant. I have a closer up view of that here shortly. There should be a copy of it in your packet as well. The landscape architect, Dwayne Christopher, has created this mitigation plan and has given it to staff. Staff's landscape arborist, as well as landscape architect, arborist, certified arborist and landscape architect have both reviewed and are okay with the mitigation plan. I'll get through that with the conditions here in a minute. Now we'll go through the variance approval criteria, and we'll kind of go through in 2 phases. One of them we'll go over with the 2 grand trees in the front of the property that the board asked to be staved last time, and then I'll go through the 4 criteria again with the 3 trees in the easement. So as far as extraordinary or exceptional conditions to this piece of property, for the 2 front grand trees that were in green, the applicant was granted a variance to encroach within the rear yard setback, as I previously stated, and for development to occur outside the buffer. That variance allowed for approximately 9,000 additional square foot to be developed on the property. And while the existing front grand trees do diminish some of the developable area, the site is already developed with an existing single-family home and can be redeveloped with a substantially larger home and accompanying accessory structures while still retaining the grand trees. So staff does not find that this proposed variance request meets this criteria. Conditions, if they apply to the other property in the vicinity, staff finds there are no extraordinary or exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular property. Regarding the 2 front grand trees, there's already a house on the lot. Granted, it's in bad shape, but it's already on the house. The majority, there's already on the property. The majority of the lots on Riverfront Estates also contain houses with numerous trees on their property. So staff finds that this proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And because of these conditions, the application of this chapter to this particular piece of property would prohibit or restrict the utilization of the property. Again, based on the fact that there's already a home on the property, the site is developable, and the trees are alive and well as it sits. The developable area has already been increased by the granting of the variance to encroach in the 50-foot setback that was set by the PD. So while the subject trees are within the proposed buildable area, there is sufficient area to build a substantially larger home, as I said, without removing the 2 front trees. So staff finds the proposed variance to remove these trees do not meet this criteria. And for D, the authorization of the variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property for the public good. The removal of 2 front trees will not be detrimental to any of the surrounding properties. That's due to the mitigation plan they provided us. It's acceptable to staff. Landscape architect and our arborist have reviewed it, and they're both okay with it. So should the front trees be removed, what they're proposing to plant back is sufficient. So staff does feel that this requirement is met. Now to go through the ones that are in the storm drainage easement, the 3 that were in red on the slide a few back. Regarding extraordinary or exceptional conditions, the 3 grand trees within the storm drainage easement are currently impeding the flow of stormwater runoff. Basically, like I said, it's causing their property and the adjacent property to flood. Under normal conditions, the stormwater easement should be able to be free and clear so the water can drain. So staff finds that the variance request does meet this criteria. As far as whether conditions apply to other property in the vicinity, again, same statement. The trees are in the easement. They shouldn't be in the easement. Easement wasn't properly maintained. It's caused flooding on adjacent property. So staff finds that this proposed variance does meet this criteria as well. And the application of the chapter for C, particularly for this piece of property, would prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. If the property's flooding, obviously having the applicant construct a house on property that's flooding, that's gonna cause an issue that would unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. So staff does find that this request for the 3 trees meets the criteria. And for the last one, substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good. Again, the removal of grand trees within the storage drainage easement would not be detrimental to the surrounding properties. It'd actually be beneficial to the neighbor property, which is currently flooding. So it would help the water run, property not flood. So staff feels that this criteria is met as well. So staff recommendation for the 2 front grand trees, as I've gone through them, staff finds that all 4 criteria are not met for the 2 front grand trees. Therefore, we recommend to deny the request for those 2. However, for the 3 trees in the storm drainage easement, it does meet all 4 criteria from staff standpoint. Therefore, we recommend approval. And in the event y'all decide to approve it, we do have the condition that we recommend they adhere to the landscaping or the mitigation plan, and that it be planted before a CO is given for the new plan, and that the required planting shall be in place, be replaced in the event of the plants dying. So
Is there a reason why with the 3 grand trees, you just didn't do that administratively?
Yes, because of the condition that the zoning board placed on the property
In August?
about having the grand trees have to be
Okay,
maintained.
that's what I thought, but I just wanted to, because I know the applicant had stated that in their application, so, you know, why, or it could have been done administratively, and I thought that's kind of why.
If they weren't a condition that was in place by the zoning board, then we probably would have done it.
Y'all would have approved the plan.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for clarifying that, I just,
So Josh, the code that addresses grand trees doesn't state anything about root disturbance of grand trees, or am I wrong?
They have to have a tree protection area and stuff, I believe, it around it during construction, or we would at least ask for something like that. With this one specifically, it was required as part of the variance request, variance approval by the zoning board of appeals.
Because if the applicant, if those trees in the front were required to remain, and as part of the construction, there was too much root disturbance and the trees died, then they would
No, they
probably
would have
administratively
had,
want them taken down.
that was part of the condition that the zoning board placed, that they would have to have a tree protection plan submitted to staff with their construction plans. So they would, the little orange fences around the trees and keep the construction out of it and all that.
And is it, I was not here in August, so I went back through all the information I had from August. But it appears as though 2 things have happened since August. Mr. Christopher has advised them, they hired him for his advice in preserving those trees, and that the house itself, the house, the pool, the deck, has been redesigned. So are those the reasons why we're here? Because there's been a redesign of the house, or?
They have redesigned, this thing's acting funny. Let's see, one more.
I shouldn't say a redesign of the house, because the house itself appears to be the same, but the deck is different, the garage is different, the pool is different from what I saw in the August submission to what is here now.
Moved positions. The garage was further to the south, the pool was on the southwest side, and the deck was further south, and I believe the house was a little north. The applicant may be able to tell you, as they've gone through the design process, why they've moved things around a little bit.
So right now, the way that's drawn, the only thing that's stopping them is the grand trees?
One more time.
The drawing that you have you're showing right there, is that the current plan for the house?
Yes, well, that's the mitigation plan, but as far as I'm aware,
I
that's.
see a garage and house, there's a footprint for the house there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is the only thing stopping them from building that right now? Just the grand trees?
Correct.
Okay.
The two grand trees at the front, yes.
mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions? Huh? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can the applicant come forward, please?
Good afternoon, my name is Matt Velkovich, 1565 Ebenezer Road. I am here on behalf of the applicant tonight. They're also here along with Dwayne Christopher. So I only have a couple exceptions to what was presented here. Back in August, it was stated that there was approximately 3,150 square feet of buildable area at the very front of the parcel, which happened to be the 2 areas where the grand trees were. And then also tonight, they said there was an additional 9,000 square feet added because of the variance that was requested, that was granted. So adding the 2 together, that's over 12,000 square feet. That's larger than the size of the lot. So my point is that the 9,000 square foot number was grossly overdone when taking into account what's required for a septic system and the area where the grand trees are. So when we came to you in August, we had presented two plans. One was preserving the trees, but we needed a buffer, variance into the Lake Wiley buffer. The other plan was there was no variance required to go in the buffer, but the grand trees were to be removed. The board decided that neither option was acceptable and created the third one, which was you can't go in the buffer and you have to preserve the trees. So we went back and tried to create a plan that accommodated both, and we just can't do that. So we hired Mr. Christopher. He went out, did an assessment of the trees. If you look under, get that, under the section for in the zoning code under the grand trees, we went out, had a landscape architect do an assessment. His determination was that the trees are on a decline and that they should be removed. At the same time, we met with the county and also determined the 3 additional grand trees. Just for the record, we can, and it's in your packet, the neighbor to the south where the drainage easement is, he's agreeable to us removing the trees and correcting the ditch. So I can answer any other questions you may have right now, but that's all I have to say.
Any questions? No? Tony, was that a question or you?
No,
Okay,
there's more, right?
all right, so,
Yeah.
Yeah, there,
okay, yes. Name and address, please.
My name is Suzanne Pinter, and our address is this one, 5554 Riverfront Road. We're currently living in a temporary spot just up the road at 5614 Riverfront Road. So we relocated to Lake Wiley about 5 years ago from Washington State. Instantly fell in love with it. This is definitely what we call home. Don't ever plan on leaving. We spend as much time as we can enjoying the lake, watching our 2 kids play sports through local programs and supporting local businesses. Back in May, we found this lakefront property. We decided to take a leap of faith and make an offer on it. It was just down the road from our current home, and our kids could still attend the same schools and even ride the same school bus. We live paycheck to paycheck, and we work hard for what we have. Both Toby and I, we put ourselves through college. We worked tirelessly to give our children a better childhood than we had. In order to make this possible, we had to sell our house first. So we closed on our home back in July. We plan to close on this lake lot shortly after. As you guys know and you're familiar with the process we've been through, it's been really frustrating. It's been tough. We thought we'd have a lot more progress by now than we do. After the hearing, back in August, we hired Mr. Christopher. He put together a detailed report. I'm not going to speak for him, but I'll have him present his own findings. In short, his determination are that these trees are at the peak of their life. They're undesirable and not worth the cost or effort to protect. I did want to touch on the house that's currently there. It is a 964 square foot house. It sits mid-lot on the property and completely out of the Lake Wiley buffer. This house is unique, though. It does not have an installed septic system. It has a drum underneath the single bathroom that is currently there. Obviously, it's not livable. Nobody has lived there for a while. We did have the site tested for a septic system. The only spot on this lot able to accommodate it is in the front left corner where the current gravel driveway is. With installing that engineered septic system per the county requirement, it's going to impact these 2 trees in question. Trying to preserve those is just not possible. To try to put the septic system in there and be able to put a home that our 4-person family can live in. And then obviously regarding the grand trees and that drainage easement, we did add those to our mitigation plan in order to remove those. They should have never been there in the first place, but we did account for those trees to be removed and replaced per the zoning staff's recommendation. Obviously, we're happy to modify our landscaping to include all of these healthy, native, beautiful trees in order to meet the county requirements that have been vetted by the zoning staff and make sense for this size of lot. I'll let Dwayne go over his findings here. In the meantime, not to pull on any heartstrings here, but our family is living in a one-bedroom basement apartment right now, just down the street from this lot. So we drive by it every day, sitting there, not having anything happen. So it's frustrating. It's hard to continue to have hope and patience. We have definitely felt a little bit unheard and frustrated. So we are definitely begging for you guys to look at this logically and help us make that dream come true. Any questions for me? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Good to see you all again. My name is Dwayne Christopher, 2424 India Hook Road. I'm a practicing landscape architect, and I do a lot of arborist work, which I have been doing for the past 40 years. So when I was called to take a look at the situation, my assumption is that the idea is to preserve the trees. That was the focus. And so before, you just can't tell what kind of tree it is. You can't tell what you're going to have to do to preserve a tree. It all depends on the soil, the type of tree, what's going to happen around it. And so the first thing I did was go out to the site to see what kind of tree it was. I mean, it makes a big difference on what's growing, whether it's what kind of oak it is. Is it a white oak, a red oak, a black oak, a river oak, or is it a beech? So the trees have different values, and also they can also tell you what the soil conditions are. How can you preserve a tree? So when I go out to the site, I see that they are water oaks. Water oaks is a native tree. It is not listed as your A and B desirable trees. It's native, so those trees were probably not planted. They're 50 years old, which is they can, if they were totally left alone and root systems were not disturbed, they might live another 10, 15, 20 years, okay? So when I come back to the owners, I give them these findings. And the findings are that the livability is going to be less if the area is disturbed. So what I went through was, what are these potentials? And I know we're going to lose, that's why I'm going to try to speak loud. So under the proposal, the house was here, the pool, and the two trees, which relates to our plans. Well, the engineered septic field is this area here. Can you all see that? Mm-hmm. So the center of the tree is here and here. The root systems on these trees are within the first 12 to 18 inches. The growth of these root systems, that the actual growing that supports the tree, goes 30 to 40% beyond the drip line. Okay, so the picture is we're going to try to preserve these trees where we're cutting off 50% of the root system where the septic field is going to go. We're cutting off the other 50% where the driveway is going to go, and then the other tree is going to lose 30 to 40% of the root system for the new house. So based on the existing proposal for a home not to encroach on even the tree and the type of value of the tree and the condition of the existing tree, these trees were topped, I'm guessing maybe 10 years ago, 10 or 15 years ago. You don't top trees and try to have them healthy. Because what happens where they're cut is that connection is a potential for storm damage winds come in, that's where they're gonna happen. So if you try to keep the trees and do all the items that I just described, you can't spend enough money to try to keep, because all you're just gonna have is a trunk there, and within 3, 4, 5 years, it's gonna decline to 0. So I'm telling the client, no, they're not worth keeping. The preservation is erroneous, and what we really need to do is start with new trees, mitigate, and have something that is much more of a value that will live 20, 30, 40, 100 years. So that's why we suggested the white oak trees. So that, narrowing it down to a 3-minute presentation after those hours. So I can describe the health of the trees are going to decline. They would, just to try to keep them healthy now, would be requiring a lot more maintenance. So the preservation of putting fences around trees, that doesn't, all you're doing is just protecting a trunk that's gonna not live pretty soon. So that's why we're suggesting the mitigation plan and have a tree that's going to be of value for the new house and for the community and for Mother Earth, so.
Hold on, Mr. Christopher. Do you have that image to project with the mitigation plan on the slides?
Mr. Blair, you had asked about the last month's presentation package, which is included in your packet, and showed the 2 previous layouts.
Mm-hmm.
You had asked about that.
Yes.
The
Yes,
133,
okay.
page 133.
Yeah, I saw that, that was the question, I saw the 2 different layouts.
Okay.
Also in this diagram, what I'm also showing where the existing house is, so that will go away. And there's a blow up in that also. So what you're seeing here is the green circles that I know are difficult for you folks to see, but that's just the canopy now. The root system that is actually feeding the tree is beyond that. So if we're cutting off all the root systems, there's no preservation available to us. That's my point. And you have a tree that is not as, in the scale of desirable trees, it's not desirable because it's weak-wooded. So if it happened to be American beech there, yeah, that'd be a different story. We would try to do all we could, but not these. That makes sense?
I'm really confused as to how the analysis from Ms. DeHaan, the arborist that visited the site, and your analysis are polar opposites.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could not be more different. I mean, I'll read to you what we were given as her analysis was that she conducted a site visit and staff determined that the 2 grand trees located towards the front of the property were in good health and could continue to thrive if appropriately considered when designing and siting the proposed house and properly protected during its construction.
I disagree. Based on my findings and my documentation here, I stand by that.
A little bit of disagreement, amongst professionals is understandable, but this is just, it's night and day. It's.
I don't think so. I think it is erroneous. When you cover up a root system that's almost 60 to 80%, no, you cannot save a tree that is in that kind of condition. I'm sorry. I've been here in York County for 42 years, and I've seen time and time again, trees try to be saved in the county and in the city, of different cities. It doesn't work. You have to stay way beyond the root system. And that's for a valuable tree, maybe like a willow, white oak, red oak, beech, some of the nut trees. There's a lot of other trees, but in this particular case, no, I
So could you go through the mitigation plan?
So the proposed plants are, we have an oak tree in the front, an oak tree in the lakeside, a magnolia, a sweet bay magnolia, and two American hollies. That was the minimum requirement that we agreed to with the staff. I'm sure that the owners will be doing more, but that was what we were going to show that satisfied the mitigation plan.
Did they include the 3 that they said could be removed from the drainage area in calculating that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further questions? Did you have comments?
I just wanted to make one more point. It's in the variance findings analysis, we do disagree that we feel like the trees do encumber the lot even with the variance. And so we feel like, and then in item B, how they generally do not apply to other properties in the vicinity. There's no other properties in this vicinity that have grand trees in the front yard. And the lots that are left that have these type of cabin structures on there, number, less than 5. So, there are no other lots like this one out there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I just had one more thing I wanted to point out. We did receive an email from staff on Friday, October 1st, and it does say, quote, "After reviewing your plans, we would recommend approval of the second sheet with conditions." We did submit the second sheet. That's what Dwayne has here with all conditions met that staff had mentioned in that email. So when we sought denial, we were a little taken aback by that. And when Trish was on site with us, I was surprised at what she came back with in the report to you guys, because to us, she did say that she agreed with Dwayne. They were not worth protecting. She informed us that she was not the decision maker and could only relay information. And so we were a little shocked by her recommendation as well.
All right. You can move those, I think.
Thank you.
Anybody here to speak in favor of the variance request? Anybody here to speak against the variance request? Okay, seeing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion from the board?
I make a motion to approve the removals per staff conditions.
You want to break those up?
Let me,
Do we need to break them up into 2 separate? Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, there's
Well-
2 separate.
well, let me ask a question, and Mr. Christopher might help me with this question. One of the conditions that's proposed is the applicant shall adhere to the submitted planting and mitigation plan, which shall be complete prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the new home. Now, we'd had a discussion about something about grand trees and when you plant them and how that correlates with your building schedule versus occupancy and planting of the trees. Maybe you don't want to plant them in the summer. Now, is that going to affect our condition if we wanted to do this condition, that the planning schedule would not adhere to the building schedule?
Does the county,
Does that make sense?
does the county do temporary COs?
I don't know that we would for something like this. People put in irrigation system, it would be up to them to keep the plants alive.
I don't see, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I don't see any problem in keeping the plants alive and planting where
Okay.
they're at. I mean, they're living there. We'll make sure that
Okay.
everything takes care of. Yeah, thank you.
Going back to your motion, John.
Well, I'll change my motion so that we'll break it up into two. First, I will make a motion to approve the storm drainage, the grand trees within the storm drainage easements, subject to staff conditions, which I'm not sure really applies to this one, but did I get that right?
Do we need any conditions on those?
No, not really. So I'll do it one more time. I make a motion to approve the grand tree removals within the storm drainage easement.
Somebody say, I'll second.
I think, I understand the desire and the need to protect trees, but trees growing within an established easement in a drainage way that's gonna cause flooding, to me, that's pretty standard that those need to be removed to reestablish that ditch line and eliminate any flooding.
Any further discussion? Have a motion to grant the variance to remove the 3 grand trees in the drainage feature. Second, all in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous, okay. Now concerning the front grand trees,
I make a motion to approve the front grand tree removal, subject to staff conditions.
And Mr. Chair, if we could just note as part of that motion that we're actually also modifying a previous condition granted that was included as part of that August motion in granting the variance originally.
okay. Now, how do we phrase that then? That's a modification to the August
Conditions
variance?
placed on the property at the August meeting.
Do we need to revisit those if we're gonna attach those? Or modify them?
You're modifying the requirement that they preserve those grand
Okay.
trees because these two were identified at that time.
Okay.
Just noting that we're making that modification should be sufficient.
Okay. All right, do we need to include that in the statement?
If you don't mind.
So I hope I get this one right. I make a motion to approve the removal of the front grand trees per staff conditions, which modifies the previous decision by the board in August.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a second? I want to second that one?
I'll second the discussion.
Yeah.
All right, for discussion purposes, I think with the mitigation plan, I mean, we've talked about the grand trees and then how that's been changed recently and, is it gonna stop all development? It just shuts everything down unless you have a mitigation plan. I mean, we look back at these 4 conditions here, and there is a discrepancy. I understand that as far as the interpretation of whether you put in an engineered septic drain field, it will kill perhaps both of the trees, Or that's one person's interpretation, one arborist's interpretation. Another one may say, no, it's not. Trees are gonna live 10 to 20 years if nothing happens, or they may die in 2 or 3 years if the roots are disturbed. But a mitigation plan is to say, hey, we can take this and this is how we're gonna fix the area, right? And how mature are these trees? Are they really gonna live 10 or 20 years? Maybe. Maybe not.
I'm kind of looking at it, there's obviously, based on what we heard, there's not an existing septic tank system there that could be utilized. There's a drum under the bathroom. So, and the engineers have said, based on the soil types and everything they do, I don't do septic systems, but that's the only location that it can be in. Based on the size of the tree canopies presented, just the engineering septic system itself is going to get into that root system significantly. And based on my experience with land development, as soon as I get into that root system, it doesn't really even take significantly. Almost every time you try to develop within that kind of proximity to a grand tree, or any tree for that instance, they die a number of years later. I would rather see a good mitigation plan that replaces these trees for trees that are gonna last, you know, 50, 100 years, whatever the case may be. Staff has agreed with the mitigation plan. Had that vote not happened back in August, they really wouldn't have to be here for this mitigation, or for this vote, because the mitigation plan is approved. So that's kind of my thought process through it.
I agree with that. You know, we pretty much gotta have a septic tank here anyway, even if we don't build another house. I mean, we pretty much
That's
gotta
right.
have a septic tank. So.
No
at
matter
least-
what size house they build.
That's right. So at least this way, we get a mitigation plan out of it. We get something to put back, because I mean, if we deny them and they just put a septic system in, you know, 10 years down the road, those trees dies, we have nothing.
That's right.
But dead trees. So at least this way, we get a mitigation plan, we've got something to replace it with, and, I can get on board with that.
If 10 years down the road or 5 years down the road, if we put a septic system in, do we have dead trees or a dead tree? There's 2 trees here.
If we put the septic tank there, and I'm just looking at this from a development standpoint, you have to have a driveway somewhere. There's your second dead tree. The driveway cannot be over the septic field from compaction issues and things like that. So in order for them to remodel, build a smaller house, build anything there livable, they're gonna have to put that septic field where it's shown, based on the engineering, and have a driveway. They get them both.
Well, I can tell you, I have a water oak within 10 feet of my driveway. And my driveway's been there since 1974, and the tree's still alive.
I hear you.
So my whole issue is with, there are 2 trees, and I think one is clearly out of consideration for me. I also am far from an expert on septic fields, so I don't know how big that septic field would be, don't know how much it would interfere with the other tree. I don't know if that was a consideration that was taken by the county arborist when they looked. But condition C, whether or not this condition would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. It would unreasonably restrict utilization of the property as the development plan is now, as the home, the garage, the pool, the deck is designed now. So there's a lot of developable property or developable area on that lot. In my mind, the proposed development does not fit the lot. If the development was changed, the trees could be preserved and you could still develop the lot. I don't think it meets condition C, so I won't support it.
And I tend to agree with Jeff as well. You know, you've got, yes, it's a 3-bedroom house, but you also have a pool with a concrete pad around it. You know, I think for the size of the lot, you've got a large footprint here, including the pool and the garage. And with the wooden deck in between the pool and the house, I can't get by criteria C as well.
Guys, I agree with you there, but like we pointed out earlier, it doesn't matter if you wipe everything they're building off here, you've got to put a septic system in.
And it's got to go where the soils
And you
will
cannot
accept
put a
it.
driveway over a septic system. So you've got to put a driveway, unless they'll let you park on the street here, and I'm pretty sure they won't. Got to have a driveway, and you've got to have a septic field. So you're gonna be in those root systems, whether you leave the existing home there or build a wooden deck and a swimming pool and a, 10,000 square foot house. I mean, it doesn't matter. You're still gonna disturb what's there.
But the drive and the septic system.
Right. No matter what's building here, we've gotta have a septic field, gotta have a driveway.
So I guess the question comes down to, do you believe that a septic field can be put in there regardless of the development that's done on the lot? And those trees preserved.
You know,
And, you know, I guess we're being asked to make a decision that none of us are expert enough to make. So
Agreed, yeah.
we're all just gonna fly by the seat of our pants here.
I've put enough septic systems in and cut enough roots where I can tell you, you know, I'm not a licensed arborist, but I've seen enough trees die to know you get close to them, especially those engineered systems, depends on which one you use. You know, a lot of them are a 2 foot wide, two by two ditch with sand in it and water run. I mean, it's just a lot of line on those systems. You know, more than a conventional system, maybe 300 foot. You might have 800, 1,000, 1,200 feet of line on those engineered systems. And like I said, I'm not an expert, but I've been around enough of them to know that those engineered systems have a lot more line on them. So
Now,
I think you're going to get in that root system. And
as I said, I'm no expert, but the ones that I have seen have been significantly smaller than a standard old type.
Well, if like I
septic
said,
drain
the drip system, they got a lot more line on them than 300 foot.
And I would have to assume, and that always gets you in trouble, that there's a reason that staff looked at all this and vetted this, and there's a reason that they're okay, approved the mitigation plan.
Well, I don't know.
Well, they had to. if
That
we were
might be a
gonna-
little bit of, in my mind, that's a bit of a stretch.
That's fine.
We could ask them. I don't know.
But like I said earlier, you know, if they, regardless, they got to put a septic field in. They've got to put a driveway somewhere. At least this way, if we approve it, you know, 10 years down the road, we've at least got a mitigation plan to back us up if these trees do die. I'm not a licensed arborist. I'm not a tree expert. I don't know, but I would rather be safe than sorry.
All right. Any further discussion? No. We have a motion to approve the removal of the 2 grand trees with conditions stated and the change in the August variance. All in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. 3, 4. All opposed, raise your right hand. 3. Passes 4-3. All right. Our next case is Z2141.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Kirshner with York County Zoning. The next case we have is a public service use request with also a variance request. It's case number Z2141. The applicant is Duke Energy with Brian Greenwald. The property location is 2444 Highway 557. That's in the Clover community. The zoning district is Agricultural District, AGC. The request is a public service use for a new electrical substation, which is section 155.497. And also a variance request from section 155.412A, which is the buffer yard table, a reduction of a section of the buffer yard required for the project. The property owner, the current property owner is Bethel Presbyterian Church, which is also one of the neighbors of the property, subject property. So here with the zoning map, you can see the AGC, you can see the existing subject property, again, owned by the church currently. You see an aerial of the property proposed for the substation. Where's the other one go? The church property is here, they own this. And also, the church owns the 2 houses. They're gonna be proposed to be subdivided and separated out from the actual project property right here. This is the church property, including this property. Here is the site plan the applicant has submitted for the proposed substation. You can see the proposed type D buffer yard surrounding the substation. That's basically an industrial standard buffer yard. You can see the buffer, the site is already already has a connection out to Highway 557. It's kind of a flag lot. This is where the proposed access would go out to get back to the proposed substation for the public service use. And this has to do with the variance request, that area of the buffer yard. Here's a zoom in of the sketch plan for the proposed substation site. And again, you can see the proposed access out here, out to the road. Here's a proposed plat of the property. You can see that this, look at the sizes here. So the application is proposing to separate out about a 33, 34 acre parcel for the actual project for the substation, and then leaving about a 16 acre parcel right here where there's 2 existing homes. Again, still in ownership of the church. Here's some photos provided by the applicant. Shows the site. This is sort of back in the area. Across the field, behind the trees, is where the substation would be located. They also show the neighboring property and some other photos of the subject property. Here's just an example of what a substation would look like. Here's a zoom in of the actual access drive they're proposing, kind of on the flag lot. I did kind of a measurement, add that, just to give you kind of a scale from 557 right away down where they're proposing to, instead of doing a type D buffer because of the width of the flag lot, reducing it down to a type B buffer is what they have requested. Staff has made an alternate conditional proposal for approval, which includes a fence, which we'll talk about. You can see the neighboring properties. These are residential properties still. I think that'd be the manse for the church there. The property is still owned by the church, and then a neighboring property, and then, of course, the church area and cemetery. For public service use, I'll just point out, obviously, this is not an allowed use by right. It's a public service use. It has to be approved by this board. And I'll point out that because this project will observe the buffer yard requirements for industrial uses, that's why the type D buffer yard comes into play, because that's the requirement for an industrial type use. To go to the variance approval criteria, this is specifically for the variance for the reduction of a section of buffer yard. We'll go through those criteria. A, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to a particular piece of property. The proposed parcel is an existing flag-shaped lot, including a flagpole length more than 1,200 feet. The flagpole is the parcel's only access to the road, and there's not enough room to install a type D buffer on both sides of the driveway. I believe the width of sort of the flag part is about 180 feet. To do 75-foot buffers on either side, that would take up 150 feet of it. So that's why the applicant, with the road and also the proposed power lines, they're gonna run down out to 557. They're proposing a type B buffer yard on both sides, which is 20 feet wide, with at least 8 trees and 4 shrubs planted in it, or preserving what the existing vegetation is there. That would be the type B buffer yard, which is our standard buffer yard along a major road. B, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. The unique flag-shaped lot is uncommon in the vicinity. The application of a type D perimeter buffer yard for electrical substation public service use would not be as restrictive on a regular shaped parcel. Given the buffer yard requirements for a public service use located on adjacent to a single family lot, there simply isn't enough room for the site to install the required buffering against the access drive and have the required access drive. Because of this, staff finds the proposed variance does meet this condition. C, because of these conditions, the application of this chapter to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. In reviewing the site, there's not another recommended location for the access drive to the substation without the buffer yard reduction exclusively along the access drive. Access to the proposed substation on the sizable 33.8 acre site would not be provided. The adjacent properties are residential in nature. Staff would want them to share the driveway access, for the commercial access, and share that driveway. If the church was a different location, and maybe they could share access off a non-residential driveway that already exists, but the way the property lays out, staff believes the best location for the driveway is in the sort of the flag lot part that goes out to 557. D, the authorization of the variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and to the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. The access drive is the least impactful portion of the substation use. It's just the driveway, and I'm assuming it's going to be gravel. There's no real parking required. Applicant can speak to that. So it's not the substation itself, it's just the access in where they're requesting the buffer reduction. The applicant's request would still provide a type B buffer, that's their request. Additionally, staff proposes a condition requiring installation of an 8-foot high opaque fence or wall along the reduced buffer to further protect the adjacent residential properties. Again, church owns some of the properties currently that are residential. There is another neighbor on the other side. We haven't heard anything from the neighbors as far as I've heard, as far as issues with it. But of course, in the future, somebody might have an issue with the access drive being next to them. By adding the opaque fence to the 20-foot buffer, it would make it a type C buffer, which is of course A, B, C, D. It's the next step, less reduction, but it's not as much of a reduction as a type B. So this is a condition that staff's proposing. I've talked to the applicants. They have an alternate condition or modification, maybe more than a type B, but not the type C that they're going to present. But this is, staff's recommended condition. The condition will make the same buffer yard type as, like I said, a type C 20-foot wide buffer with the opaque fence instead of the standard type B. The full type D buffer yard will still remain around the station itself, and the remainder of the perimeter, preserving the intended character of the district, because at least the substation has the industrial buffer surrounding the actual station. So because of this, with the proposed condition, staff finds the proposed variance meets this criteria. We have staff recommendations. The buffer yard variance, obviously, if they don't get the buffer yard variance, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board on the public service use request. So we'll go with the buffer yard first. Okay. Staff finds the proposed variance does meet all the 4 criteria for an unnecessary hardship, and staff recommends approval of the requested variance with the condition of approval recommended by staff, or the ZBA may approve an alternate condition that provides additional screening for the abutting residential properties, or of course you can grant the variance as the applicant has submitted it. The proposed buffer yard reduction variance is exclusively for the access drive of the project, and the substation equipment will be fully screened with a type D buffer yard from the neighboring properties. And then under staff recommendations for the public service use itself, if the board approves the requested buffer yard variance along the driveway with the subject of the subject property, staff finds the project does meet the criteria of section 155.497, which is the public service use. So therefore, staff recommends approval. Here's the condition that we have, staff has recommended if the board decides to grant the variance for the reduction, the buffer yard reduction. An 8-foot high opaque fence or wall shall be installed the full length of the reduced 20-foot depth buffer yard along the access driveway to the substation. The substation facility will be fully screened from adjacent properties with a type D buffer yard. This is the substation itself. We're gonna have an applicant submittal, on the slideshow as well, so they'll go over
So
that.
Jeff, that condition, you're not stating whether it's a type B or a C with that 8-foot fence or screen.
Yeah, I guess it would be a type C, as stated before.
Type
So
C.
You can maybe add that to the condition and just call it a type
C
C.
had to be 30.
20-foot width type C would.
Yeah,
is
I
what it-
thought C had to be 30 feet wide.
So if you look at the buffer yard chart, which
I
is
didn't see
provided
C on there.
in the staff report,
Oh, there's
it's a
type
type
C.
C, 20-foot, 8-foot high opaque fence or wall.
Oh.
8 trees and 4 shrubs minimum in that 20-foot plus the fence. That's that type C buffer. So yeah, the condition could add that's reduced to a type C 20-foot buffer with 8-foot high fence.
So a few years ago, we had an applicant that the county attorney, actually, Michael was here at the time, and he actually stopped the meeting because he said that we should have never received the case because it was a flag lot, and flag-style lots had been banned in York County. This is clearly a flag-style lot, so what am I missing?
Well, it's an existing lot, so I don't think, they're not making the flag type lot.
Okay, I understood that they were buying the property as a flag-style, creating a flag-style lot from the church.
It's existing.
Yes, it's an existing parcel, and I believe the case you're talking about is where it narrowed, I think it narrowed beyond the minimum frontage
I do
that
wanna
they
make-
pinched.
Do want to make it clear, it is over 150 feet, which is the minimum lot width, at least for a commercial property. Of course, this is an agricultural property with a non-agricultural use proposed on it. That's the nature of the public service use. It is a little bit odd. When I say flag lot, I mean like the shape of it as a description, not that it's, when we talk about flag lot needs a variance, that kind of thing. So it's more descriptive, not that, when they propose to separate out the houses, those are gonna be over 5-acre lots, which is required in AGC. So, and they're gonna maintain the same residential access. They're not gonna share access with the proposed substation. I feel like that's better, that they have their own commercial access and not connect to the existing church property with the houses. So yeah, when I say flag lot, I mean more of a description of the way it is shaped already. And it is restricted by that. That's kind of the nature of why they need the buffer yard variance and why the access location is restricted because of topography and everything, is because it does have that, it doesn't have, because it's a very large lot, I don't know what the width is, but hundreds of feet, but it's only at 180 feet at the road, so to install a type D buffer, like if it was a squared off lot, you could just literally just put a type D buffer around it, put the substation in the middle, access anywhere where the DOT said was fine. But this is an odd shaped lot, but the benefit, I believe, is, and the applicants speak more of this, is because it's separated so far off the road and because it's gonna have that preserved buffer yard around it, it's not gonna be as visible as some other substations, which I know has been an issue in our previous public service use request, so.
Jeff, and this may be a question for the applicant, do you know if, the two residences are going to access, how are they gonna access it?
As I understand, they're gonna keep the same drive. It's kind of hard to see on
Does
here.
it run up the edge of the property line?
It does run up the edge. And I believe that's the Manse, and they can speak to that, but there's a very nice house. I think that was the Manse. I don't know if it's still in use, but they kind of all share that property. And the plan is obviously to separate the residential use off of what the proposed project area will be. So the residential use, and that's why with the buffer, you have a neighbor, at least one neighbor, that's not, property owned by the church, and then other properties owned by the church, but there's at least 3 or 4 houses directly next to the access drive who will be impacted if there's a buffer reduction.
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
And like I said, the applicant has a little presentation on their own.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Erin DeGudas. I am a senior Specialist Manager with Duke Energy, 526 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina. And this evening, we come before you to respectfully request an application for approval for a public service use and the buffer yard variance, as Jeff had described. This facility is adjacent to the Bethel Presbyterian Church, and the representative from the church has graciously agreed to be with us here this evening. So if you'd like to speak to them, they're here as well. We have a need for this substation. It's a vital part of our commitment to public service obligation and provide a continuous supply of safe, reliable, and cost-effective energy. And this facility will meet the increasing energy demand in York County and surrounding communities. It'll also help to maintain a robust system for supplying and delivering energy, which is integral to the continued economic prosperity of York County. And the slide is not advancing. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's our need. Overall, our substation site adheres to York County standards for parcel zoning, proposed use, minimum lot size, zoning setback, stormwater management, and buffer yard requirements, with the exception of the driveway portion. It does meet for the substation portion of the site. So our variance that we are requesting is for a type B or 20-foot wide buffer yard versus a type D 75-foot buffer yard to accommodate the road access and distribution line exits. And this is because of the unique shape of the site as Jeff had described. And this is our site. And the church, like Jeff had identified, is on the right side of the flag, and on the left side of the flag is residential uses. So you can see the 75-foot band that goes around the substation site where it's located, and then it narrows down along the exit where the access road and the distribution lines will be exiting the site towards Highway 557. Okay, thank you. And this is just an enlargement of where the substation site area is, and then where the flag or the leg lot of it is, where we would need the 20-foot width of the buffer yard. If we were to strictly adhere to the standard for York County, the buffer yard would encompass 150 feet of the 180-foot width of that flag lot portion of the site. It's not enough room to encompass our exit driveway and our distribution lines. It's just too tight. Therefore, we're asking for the narrower buffer widths. If the board grants us a variance, it'll help to minimize impacts to the environment and surrounding property owners. We do intend to keep the existing vegetation that is there, and I'll speak to more with the condition that staff had proposed. Staying on the site would avoid the risk of having to relocate the station from this property that we initially identified as being ideal, close to our load center, close to transmission, and close to distribution corridors. We do intend to use the existing vegetation to the extent possible, and the type D buffer yard would still remain around the substation portion of the site. So this image here is taken from Highway 557, so you're looking south towards the existing residence. That would be on the left side of the site plan as you're looking at it. This image is a view south from Highway 557. The station is 1,000 feet behind that tree line that is towards the back of the site. One of the reasons why we like this site very much is because the substation is remote from the church, from the neighbors, from other residences. We can kind of tuck it in nicely behind those trees and then have our distribution exits come out along the access road. This is a quick cross-section that we prepared showing you what that 180 feet look like at Highway 557. So on either side, we have the existing vegetation and 20-foot buffer yard. And then on either side of the 24-foot access road, we have our distribution exits. So there's 2 on each side, and then the access road is in the center. So if you can kind of see, if we had 75 feet, that would narrow that down to just the access road, and we wouldn't be able to get distribution out to Highway 557, which we've identified as the area that we would want to serve. We have reviewed staff's report. We agree with their analysis. However, we would like to respectfully request that staff and the board consider an alternative to the 8-foot fence on either side of the driveway. The vegetation, as you saw in the image that was provided, is fairly dense. It's evergreen. We feel that the 8-foot wall wouldn't add to the buffer as far as screening it from the access road. Our maintenance facilities and our vehicles would only be in there maybe once or twice a month. The distribution poles are 45 feet tall, and an 8-foot tall wall wouldn't really screen it that much from either of the residences. So what we would propose is to enhance the buffer that's already there, add vegetation to wherever it may be thin with trees and shrubs that are perpetually evergreen, so like an eastern red cedar, Chamaecyparis, false cypress, that type of thing, and then maintain that thickness of the vegetation. It's a greener, more sustainable option, we feel, to add vegetation into that landscape buffer. So we have some staff here, not only from Duke Energy, but from the church, and we would like to entertain any questions that you may have of our application.
Aaron, did you say your maintenance crew goes to a site like this once or twice a month? That's all that's all the trucks that go there?
Yes, so we remotely observe and maintain our stations through telemetry. So occasionally a truck will go out there once or twice a month just to check on things.
And then you have a gate that's locked in the front?
Yes, there will be a gate that is locked on the Highway 557 that will only be accessed by Duke Energy staff.
And you have I guess at least an 8-foot fence around the actual substation, once you get back in there, correct?
Yes, so it would be a 7-foot fence and it would be topped with 3 or 4 strands of barbed wire. That's our standard security fence around our substations.
Have you spoken to the neighbor? You really only have one neighbor. I mean, I know the church is there, but there's a Candace Stowe, I believe, if I'm reading this correctly.
We have not heard from the neighbor.
You haven't approached the neighbor?
No, we have not.
What about you haven't spoken to any neighbors?
No, we have not. We've only worked with the church. And from our understanding from Jeff, that they haven't received comment from any of the neighbors that were notified of this application.
So a public service use has I think it's a very strange clause. So it says that based on the hearing and probable impact of these uses on contiguous uses and conditions, the zoning board of appeals may elect to deny the request in favor of a more acceptable site elsewhere. And I've in the years I've been here, we did turn down one public service use, and we actually did tell them, put it over there. They didn't, but that's a different story. Your analysis says that you did consider other sites, but settled on this one. And, you know, in my mind, you're always better off not to request a variance. This is something that should only be done in extraordinary circumstances. So what is it about the other sites that made them worse, made this better?
Well, I can talk about what we like about this site. So it's close to our load center, or where we anticipate energy demand to come in future years. It has good distribution connectivity. So the lines come out to Highway 557 and it can go in 2 different directions, which is a plus. The site is large enough to have the substation, and what's unique about it is, and what Jeff had alluded to, it's not on road frontage. We can kind of tuck it in behind the church property amongst some trees. It is relatively close to the transmission line that will be tapped. There's transmission lines to the south and the southeast that we can tap, so it's close to those lines. So that means the line that's feeding it will be relatively short, which reduces any kind of reliability issues if there's damage to that line. So I can talk about a lot of good things with this site. You know, there'll be some grading that will be done on the site. There'll be some tree clearing. Actually, where the substation site is located, it's an area of trees that has been thinned out, actually, because there was an old homestead there. The homestead has collapsed in onto itself. It's just a pile of boards and a tin roof. And the trees around it are relatively thin because they've only had about 20 or 30 years to grow up. So I've walked that area. Maybe the trees are anywhere from 6 to 8 inches in diameter at breast height. So they're relatively young versus, you know, a grand tree, which may have been around for like 100 years. So we kind of look at 5 different sets of factors when we site our substations, and this one was one of the top ones that we identified as being an optimal substation site.
How many miles of line is it from this current site to where you would tap transmission line?
It would be less than a mile,
Less than a mile?
probably closer to 3/4 of a mile. It's short, and we like to have short taps to our substations.
That's less property owners you have to contact, right?
That is correct.
I imagine this is your first step, y'all have not reached out to any property owner, correct?
Not regarding the substation. So when we do the transmission line study, that's a different phase of the project. We do notify landowners, we do reach out to them, we ask them for comments, we ask them for what their concerns are about their property, what's important to them. We get them fully involved in a 2-step public meeting process. So that is forthcoming.
Any further? Go ahead. No?
Just to reiterate, you guys are asking, instead of a fence, you want to add additional, mitigation?
We wanted to add additional landscaping to the buffer in areas where it may seem thin or a little bit more transparent, so we want to beef it up in those areas with the evergreen plant material. So, you know, the eastern red cedar, Chamaecyparis, false cypress, or plants that are from the county's planting list that is suitable and acceptable.
So just the typical type B buffer, which is 20 feet with the trees and shrubs.
Yes, and more likely trees, and we would like to beef it up. That's our request. We're respectfully requesting that of the board.
So I have a question. So would staff or someone be able to be shown where there are areas where it is thin and you've gone in and done that? Because if we don't require the 8-foot, then we're relying on you all to just, out of good faith, go and add additional landscaping. How does someone confirm that it was done or that has been complied with?
Obviously, we have a sketch plan of the concept of the public service use and the variance. When it actually goes for a full site plan, they'll have to do a tree survey of the buffers, so we know what's in the buffers and how dense they are, especially along the access easement, because, I mean, obviously it's 20 feet wide, and what's going to be able to be preserved and what needs to be infilled. That's just standard for buffers. The one thing I would say with it's just with a type B buffer. A type B buffer is kind of our roadway buffer. It's our standard roadway buffer. I wouldn't say it's completely opaque. Obviously, the addition of evergreens would make it more, opaque, but it's not completely opaque buffer. Like a 75-foot buffer or something like that, like the type D, if, you would expect it to be pretty much screen out everything. So I think from an opacity standpoint, just the minimum 8 trees, 4 shrubs, or existing undisturbed buffer, may not be sufficient. So if there was some way, if you want to entertain their alternative condition, I guess it would have to be worded in some way where staff did have discretion as part of the site plan review and obviously the final inspection to make sure that there's enough evergreens in there to provide, to make it more opaque than just a standard type B buffer yard.
What about the The type C 30 feet has 10 trees and 6 shrubs. What if you made this a type B with 10 trees and 6 shrubs?
Right.
You know, increase the.
It could be a
increase the
number,
vegetation.
just, you know, I guess that'd be a possibility, say you have 8 trees, and there might be some good existing trees, and they might not be evergreen, but they're still good trees we want to preserve, you know, in the buffer yard. But additional trees that were specifically evergreen, to increase the density, but it still had to be installed in a healthy way. So there would be a balance there.
That's what I was kind of thinking a minute ago, but you know, you're measuring these things at a 100-foot segment. And you got 20 foot, you can squeeze 8 trees in here. You got 50 foot, you can squeeze a lot more trees in here when you just get too many. I was kind of hoping that our new architect kind of disappeared before I call him on up here. But I think that answers my question.
There is quite a bit of vegetation on both sides of the driveway, and if you look in your packet, there's some imagery of that. And like I said, we would want to add to that. In talking with Jeff earlier, we were talking plants, and like one plant that we may have considered, but yep, that is correct, that we wouldn't use is a pine tree, which would be full to the ground when it's young, but then when it grows up, it starts to thin out underneath, and you can see underneath it. And what I had envisioned as far as the recommendation of plants are evergreens that would stay more full from the ground to the top so that you have that opaque buffer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how it would be worded as a condition that the staff can enforce if the board decided to do that condition versus the fence. It would probably be something like the installation of evergreen trees to a healthy density, approved by staff and of course our landscape architect.
I know those Leland cypress get huge and wide.
I don't know if we want to do the Leland cypress or not,
Okay.
but.
No, you don't.
You cut the tops off.
You don't.
But I'm actually a landscape architect and work with 2 other landscape architects at Duke, and our consultant's a landscape architect, and I think we can probably all work together to come up with a good solution for this project that meets the condition of those dense buffers, screens it from the neighbors, and, you know, provides, you know, a good green sustainable solution.
So what do you think about increasing the number to 10 trees and 6 shrubs in that 20 foot?
Well, there's a lot of vegetation there already.
And that would account for that, though. You don't have to plant
Right,
all 10 new trees. If you got 5 there, you only need 5 more, right?
yeah, we would meet that, like to meet that standard.
The 10 and 6?
The numbers game sometimes gets hard.
Yeah.
The health of the trees and all that. If I was gonna make this motion, I would make the motion if I was gonna make a motion to approve, I would make the motion to approve, subject to the staff's recommendation, with the addition that staff at its discretion may eliminate the 8-foot high opaque fence if suitable vegetation is provided to. Opaqueness is not a word, but I was getting close.
It's a good adjective. But I think, yes, we would like to work with staff on this, on this opaque buffer. We would be amenable to that.
Well, can I throw another wrench in here? Because I think the buffer is more important on the right side of the driveway where there is a residence than it is on the left side of the driveway where Bethel Presbyterian Church is. There's very, very little chance that when the church is occupied that you're going to be going up and down that driveway. I think you're probably never going to run into each other. But the resident, and honestly, the fact that you haven't spoken with her kind of adds to it, I think. I myself, I would like to see that opaque fence on that side. I don't care so much on the church side.
Okay, understood.
It's a good halfway thought.
Yeah. Okay. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody here to speak in favor of public use and the variance, public service use and the variance?
Good evening. My name's Bob Love. I reside at 2242 Highway 557, but I'm here to speak on behalf of the church located at 2445 Highway 557. I currently serve as clerk of the session at Bethel Presbyterian Church. And in the PCA, the session operates as a form of board of directors. So, speaking on behalf or in favor of this item, this motion here, on December 13th, 2020, we had a congregational meeting that was held to consider this land transaction. And the purpose was to consider the sale and to direct our trustees to consummate the transaction. A motion was made at the start of that meeting to use paper ballots so that congregational members could vote their conscience in privacy and not feel impaired by having to raise their hands or use a voice vote. The motion was made to sell the property to Duke Energy, and I made several remarks at that meeting regarding the recommended sale and answered questions that the congregation had. And this followed a previous meeting that we had where we explained the land transaction to the congregation. After the congregation voted, the motion was adopted by a strong majority vote, so the congregation was very much in favor of selling this property to Duke Energy for the purpose. The congregation stated that they felt that Duke Energy would make a good neighbor and really felt that it was preferable to selling the property for a development. The church is currently having plans drawn to improve safety in the balcony area of the 150-year-old sanctuary, and the money from the sale of the property will help fund those much needed safety improvements for the church as well. We as a church are okay with the current evergreen and vegetation buffer. As a matter of fact, I believe it would be preferable to an 8-foot opaque wall, particularly if additional vegetation is being offered by Duke to be put in. We discussed this as a committee as we met when we first considered the sale, and we really had no concerns with the evergreen and vegetation buffer. Just to respond to Mr. Blair's last comment about the residents, I understand your concern for the resident on the right side of the property. There are 3 residents on the left side too, even though the church owns those properties. They are residential properties. Our senior pastor lives in one. We have an associate pastor that lives in one, and we have an intern who's an employee of the church that lives in one. Additionally, maybe it makes no difference at all, but the land in question here, the residents on the right side of the property that has been referred to, she is a member of the family that sold this land to the church in the mid-1990s with the understanding that the church was to do with the property whatever they wanted upon purchase of the property. So, with the proposed use of the road being less than twice a month, less than 24 times a year, we don't believe it's a problem at all. Again, speaking on behalf of the church, and so we appreciate your consideration in the matter, and would like to see this go forward.
All right,
Any questions?
any questions? Thanks, Sarah. Did you have another comment? Yes, please.
After speaking to my colleagues, we would like to offer up with an opaque wall or fence in the vicinity of the residence on the left side of the drawing. As the church representative had stated, it's like we're barely going to be using this access road, but would consider, as a condition of the approval, to put in an opaque wall or fence in the vicinity of that residence on that side.
When you say vicinity, are you talking 50 feet on either side, or are you talking about the entire length of that 20-foot buffer?
Just the residence that appears on the left side of the site plan, providing a fence in the vicinity of where that house is and their public outdoor space.
Not sure I'm clear about that.
Yeah, I think there needs to be specific, some specification as far as how many feet north or south of that line that intersects that house, perpendicular to that house. Because you wouldn't want to be just the minimum 25 feet
Yeah,
wide,
I'm trying to get the pointer to work.
So whether 50 feet or 100 feet on either side, rather than the entire length.
Well, and also, shouldn't we allow the neighbor to have a decision whether there is a fence or not?
I
Because
think
like
so.
the church didn't want a fence, maybe they would rather go with the shrub. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the neighbor has to have some say in it. I don't think we decide for the neighbor, because if they don't want a fence, then we shouldn't have to, I guess I'd rather let it be.
Yeah, again, yeah, okay.
But-
Is there another
Is
comment?
that neighbor
Before
here or
further
who's
discussion,
not?
we'll need a motion. So,
So there's the house, and then have the fence like come up here and then extend to here so that it's a shorter section of fence. It's not the full 1,200 feet along that side. And like I stated previously, it's like there's a pretty thick vegetation buffer on that side of the access drive.
Al, you've got a.
I'd like to add something that might help. If this was another kind of commercial project and it wasn't going to take up the entire site as far as the development, so the buffer yard maybe wasn't going to continue on indefinitely on a very large site where on the commercial would just be on the one end. The code does say that the buffer yard can stop 100 feet after the end of the project. So say there was a commercial building 100 feet past that, and then it doesn't have to keep on going another 1,000 feet. So there's that provision in the code. If you kind of reverse it, I would say at least 100 feet on either side of that house would provide basically like 200 feet of opaque fence to screen it off. It wouldn't be the entire 1,200 feet of the access drive, but it would be substantial. And like I said, it's kind of reversing the requirement, but at least that's sort of like, it's part of the code, but obviously used in a different way if you want to entertain that condition. If you're looking at, possibility of having a section of opaque fence.
200 feet each side.
But there's also a question, if it's only going to be used once or twice a month, and maybe that property owner doesn't want a opaque fence there.
Right.
Should we give them the option? I mean, we can put it as a condition that if,
There's a tree line that divides it, correct?
So would the
Yes.
homeowner see the opaque?
well, give it an
Give
option.
them the option.
Based on that picture, I'm not sure they'll see the fence.
I don't
Yeah.
think you should consider the property that this property owner, if she owns a line of trees and shrubs on her property, that's not considered as part of a buffer yard.
No, correct.
The only concern to me about this, we're gonna set a footage on this fence is, I'm sure this substation works like everything else. When you have a problem, it's usually dark, and cold outside and raining. But, when you come out of there and make that bend, you're shining headlights across the back of the house if you don't have something to block. But I can't look at this paper and say, okay, well, we're gonna put a fence 100 foot, that'll cover that. I just find it hard to put a short section of fence. If you're gonna put a fence, put a fence. But anyways, we'll get to that later. I just find it hard to start dissecting, putting pieces of fence up.
do you think if from that center of that house out over to that road, and you were to say 100 feet in both directions, even if you have something coming here, it's gonna be hard to hit that house at night.
Why could you not put a fence for where the type B buffer yard is when you're coming down the driveway, right? So on the right side, from where you go from type B to type D, the fence begins there. It goes 100 feet past the house.
And it does what?
It goes 100 feet past the house, rather than going,
Okay.
how long was that driveway, 1,000 feet, 1,100 feet?
Yeah.
It's like 1,200 feet.
Yeah, so it goes 100 feet past the house. Because, and it covers all of the D buffer yard from, from the B buffer yard, from where it intersects with with D to 100 feet past the house.
If I'm going out the driveway.
If you're going out,
Yeah.
on the left. That would screen,
There you
because
go.
you,
Then
you
you're
have
not- then you're not putting the footage on there to say,
right,
I like that better.
because you have a very good point. If there's anything happens, it's gonna happen in the middle of the night, and there's gonna be noise, there's gonna be trucks, and, yeah, if anything happens, so, yeah.
Yeah, big maintenance things never happen during the day. They always happen, like you said, at night, it's rain, worse weather.
All right. Think we're good? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Anybody, anybody else to speak in favor of the application? Anybody speak against? Okay, public hearing is closed. Someone want to make a motion?
So do we have two motions, one for public use
We
and one
do.
for variance,
Yeah.
right?
We do?
And we have to do the variance first,
Because
correct?
if it doesn't work.
Right, okay. All right, I will make a motion to approve the buffer reduction with the condition that staff, okay. I do kind of want to give the neighbors the option. Is that gonna get too confusing? Oh, gosh. Okay. I'm gonna, with the condition that we improve the type B buffer either by an 8-foot fence that will start where, as Jeff stated, where the D buffer ends, the B buffer begins, and 100 feet past the residence, or to increase the density with staff having final discretion on the density and opaqueness, and just that staff would have final approval to make sure that it's to their liking. Does that make? Anybody else want to add anything to that?
Well, I would like, I think I need a second before I can make this comment. So I will
Okay,
second for
okay.
discussion. And I don't mean to go back or step on anybody's toes, but do you guys remember a couple months ago when staff was going back and forth with an arborist about who said what about this tree, and you know, this guy said it was good, this guy said it wasn't, this guy said it was 19, they said it was 45. How do we specify your motion? I understand what you're trying to do, but how do we clean that up to where there's not a lot of gray area? Because at the end of the day right now, we say, hey, get with staff and y'all make it work. It's a lot of gray area.
It is. They either need to put up a fence or satisfy staff.
Agreed.
Well,
And it's.
But there's still, but with us saying satisfy staff, there's still a lot of gray area.
they still have to satisfy because they're
No
gonna
offense,
provide a
Staff.
planning. Isn't there a planning plan that they submit to you?
Yes,
Okay,
buffer yard plan.
Okay.
buffer yard plan, right.
Still a lot of gray area.
I agree.
Yeah.
We'll probably take out the owner, the residence ownership.
There either needs to be a set, in my opinion, either needs to be fence, no fence, and if no fence, then a set number of bushes or plants.
Which is specified in the,
Right, but
Type of
when we
buffer.
start talking about the evergreen and y'all get with staff and make that work, you know, that's,
Well, I can amend my motion with the condition that, and just go along with the fence and just say that okay, I'm just gonna go with the fence as staff recommended. So, but I will say that the fence starts where, again, the buffer D stops, buffer B begins, and 100 feet past the residence. We'll just-
Going out of the drive on the left.
Yes. Yes. So it'll be the fence will start as a continuation of buffer D, 100 feet past the residence on the left-hand side as I'm looking at this on my screen. And I'm not even gonna get into the shrubs.
So no, we're going with a type B, which is 8 trees and 4 shrubs per 100 foot?
Are we still in discussion? I don't,
Well, we're trying to make a motion.
We
just wanna
are,
make sure
we're
that we're
still
making-
discussing it, but it may change your motion.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, but that's what I was saying
Well,
before, or we go with the shrubs and then you were saying you wanna kinda narrow that down, so.
So the applicant has said, give us buffer type B on, if we're looking at this, it'll be on the right side going back up to,
And the left.
and they are agreeing to enhance it where needed. But we're throwing in the condition of the wall on the left side, basically to protect the homeowner over
Correct.
here.
Right.
And we had the original question of how do they set a standard to shore up
Shore up what?
those areas in the type B where it may be thin? That
Well,
was
they
it.
have to,
Right.
That's what the county.
Right,
that's
but
what
I'm
the
saying, so,
Mr. Chair, at this point, we had a motion and a second, and then Barbara wanted to amend her motion. Did we get a second?
I think we were still trying to figure
That's
out
what they're-
exactly what that,
yeah.
see, I was gonna just stop at the fence with my amendment and not add the shrub part to it. Cause that's what my original was. So that's when all the discussion started coming in before the second.
So I need to second that motion.
So you have to
As
what?
amended.
We
I
don't-
second your
Thank
motion
you.
for discussion.
all right?
Wait.
That motion doesn't include any number, it just includes, it just includes type B, it doesn't include
Yeah,
any kind of evergreen or
Right.
anything like that.
It's very challenging for us to try to set those
is.
requirements.
It is.
Yeah.
That's why I understand that there's some grayness, and we had those issues about how many trees there are, but at some point,
Doesn't staff have to kinda have the final say on the plan?
that's right. I was
Yeah.
gonna try to make an emotion that, it's either the fence or an acceptable opaque plan that staff could approve in lieu of the fence. I was trying to simplify it a little bit.
Well,
Or
that
we
was
could make a
simplified.
motion that the fence is required for that section that we've identified. On the remaining sections, it's either a fence or an acceptable amount of vegetation for staff.
Yeah,
I think Jeff's got the idea.
it's
I think he
difficult.
really does have the idea. If you would like to say what, basically, as staff has said, that their recommendation was essentially a type C buffer yard. So if you specify a length of type D, which I guess we don't have to specify that, a length of type C, and then the rest B, that's it.
Yes.
So if you said, if you made a motion that said from on the plat, on this site plan, where the B buffer becomes D.
Correct.
If you said from there to 100 feet past the house, it had to be type C. And then on out to the road, it could be type B. So that gives them the variability because a type C allows 16 trees and 14 shrubs, or 10 trees and 6 shrubs with a 6-foot wall, or 8 trees and 4 shrubs with 8-foot
The
wall.
problem with that
So
is
20
width.
foot.
Width, yeah, I think we'd have to stick
No,
with the
the
20 feet.
The C
width-
goes down to 20,
The C,
you're on the money.
the C will go to 20 feet, which is what they've requested. But with type C, they're going to have,
Okay, I was hearing D down here.
Yeah, so there's 20 feet with an 8, yeah. All right,
But if the remainder is type B, that doesn't create the opaqueness
Right.
that we're looking
That
for.
does nothing for the feeling.
Really, they wanna, yeah, I mean, that's fine with me, but
You know, I think we should go back, like what Barb said, just add in, or, you know, add part of yours, let them get with staff. If they can't work it out, I guess they can come back to us and we'll specify. I don't know. Jeff, do you promise to take it easy on them? Dude, do you promise to take it easy on Jeff? All right, let's go.
all right, well, there is a motion and a second, so we just.
I hate to ask this, but can you state the motion again?
Oh, gosh, Jeff.
I just
Okay.
want to make
No,
sure
okay.
I know where
All
we're
right.
at.
So my motion was to approve the buffer for B along the roadway with the condition that they would erect a fence from where D goes to B, 100 past the house, 100 feet past the house, and then continue with a B buffer, and then staff's discretion if it needed to be filled in, or, you know, they would have to meet with staff, and staff would have to have approval on the type B buffer.
So just leave it at type B.
Leave it at-
Without any approval of the motion, because they gotta get it anyway.
Correct, because there was gonna be a fence past, 100 feet past the house, and then from there out to the road, it was type B. With staff's final say on the
So they
plan.
wouldn't make it wider, but they could make it more dense.
Yes. Yes.
Can I ask,
Second?
Oh, I believe it was
Is that-
already
it was already seconded.
All right.
Yes, there
so
already
that was
was.
just a
Oh, that's
restatement.
clear then, right?
I was just I was refining.
We got a second.
Good late.
So anywhere there's a 75, that's the D buffer, don't have to worry about it, right? 20 foot, that's gonna be B everywhere except from the west side at where it goes to 20 feet.
Yeah, maybe.
well, she called it an enhanced B. It's a B as long as staff is okay with, its opaqueness.
No, it's 20 feet with 8-foot high.
I'm going
think
by
you're
her
looking at
motion,
C
not
there.
what the paper says.
You're looking at C. Are you
Yeah.
not?
Well, that would be a C, type C then. No, okay. I see where you're going.
Okay, you clear?
Essentially the same.
Okay,
Maybe
staff
we
clear?
specify, I mean, she says the house. Maybe we should put a parcel number or something on it.
Okay. Do I need to amend that if I meant house with the parcel number, or can you guys know what I mean by house?
The current residence.
The current residence?
If you could make it very clear, I think it's
Yes.
getting very, very muddy. So
Parcel.
Emily needs to have it, be able to write it down.
Sorry,
so-
Emily, it's not normally like this, I promise. So the house would be 100 feet past, is that parcel 465? A lot of zeros, 51. Can't read that. Or the Candace
Candace
Lay
Lee
Stowe
Stowe.
house,
The current house.
the current house. That's the particular property we're talking about.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Hopefully no.
All in favor of the variance on the buffer yard as explained, raise your right hand. All opposed, raise your right hand. Any abstentions? Okay, one abstention, one no. And 5 yeses. Okay. Okay. Our next, we need one more motion for the public service use.
Make a motion to approve
I'll second.
with, is there conditions on that?
I don't believe so.
No.
Nope.
It's just the buffer.
Nope.
Okay.
All right, any discussion? All in favor of the motion for the public service use, raise your right hand. 6 opposed? Abstentions? 1, okay. Very good, thank you.
Mr. Chair, at this point, we'll need a motion to extend beyond the 4th hour
Okay.
of the meeting.
I'll make a move to extend past 10 o'clock?
Second.
Second, all approve, raise your right hand. Raise your right hand if you approve going beyond 10 o'clock. Unanimous, thank you.
We wouldn't do that to you. We're not that cruel.
You just have to vote against it every time. Remember his name. What's that? Every time we'd have a motion to extend, he'd always vote against it. Always vote against it.
Maybe I'll start that tradition.
Can't remember his name. One more.
All right, last one.
All right, almost the last deal here. So this last case before you tonight is a variance request for lot width. It's case number Z21-42. There we go. You got it, Jeff? All right, applicant is Timothy Garland. Property is located at 1300 West Main Street in Rock Hill. There are actually a few other addresses with it as well that are listed in your packet, as well as the title for the action item. It's five parcels. There's a little detail in your packet about the parcels. We'll go through that in a little bit, but it's parcel 595000136, 145, 148, 149, and 150. The properties are all zoned ID for the most part. There's a section of the property that's zoned BD2, and as I said, the request is for a variance for the road frontage. So the site overall consists of 10.33 total acres. It's currently separated into 5 separate parcels. The BD2 section that I mentioned earlier was actually for a proposed residential care facility many years ago, as mentioned in your packet. It was never constructed. Part of the property was zoned back to ID, and the remainder of it stayed BD2 as it currently is. And the existing configuration, this is why they're before you for the variance, for part of the reason they're before you for the variance tonight. The existing configuration of the tax map parcels was actually set up due to the South Carolina Department of Revenue. Many years ago, the South Carolina Department of Revenue, before the York County Tax Assessor's Office was established, they taxed manufacturing uses, so they established the tax map numbers. The properties you see, as I go through the slide here, the property lines were never surveyed to meets and bounds, so they are there, but they don't exist. They were established by, as I said, the Department of Revenue years ago around each building for tax purposes. As the tax collection was passed over to the York County Assessor's Office, those parcels were just kind of uploaded into the system within our GIS. So they are tax parcels, they've just never been surveyed through meets and bounds, so they exist, but they don't exist. It's kind of a unique situation. Here's the zoning map of the property. As you see, part of it is zoned BD2, the vast majority of it's zoned ID. All the white around there is the city of Rock Hill. Sorry. There's a closer aerial photograph. The 4 parcels at the top there are the ones that are zoned, that are, actually all of them were created for the South Carolina Department of Revenue. You can see one of them cuts through a building, the other one cuts through, well, it doesn't cut through, it's next to another building that looks like it's right on the property line. Again, they've never been surveyed, so it's kind of hard to see, and hard to tell exactly where the property lines are. Again, here's the existing conditions map. The yellow boundary is kind of the boundary of the overall 10 plus acres. And the 4 red parcels there are existing, as well as the bigger parcel that fronts along West Main Street. And here's the proposed survey. It shows 5 lots. You can see what they're proposing is to increase the size of the 2 on the right side of your paper, the west side of the map there. Leave the front parcels kind of as is, and then I think it gives a little room to the other parcel to meet the setbacks on the building as well. So, next slide. Going through the variance approval criteria, the extraordinary exceptional conditions to the property. Well, it's currently non-conforming as it sits, and while the tax history is a little unusual, having multiple buildings with different uses on one site's not unique. It's like a lot of other strip centers and other type of mixed-use facilities. Given that, staff finds that this proposal does not meet this criteria. Well, do the conditions apply the conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity, excuse me. Based on the finding above, there are not extraordinary or exceptional conditions, so the requested variance does not meet that criteria. And because of these conditions, the application of this chapter of this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Based on the existing road frontage of 750 plus feet, it really would not, because there is a way for the parcels to be configured into 5 lots that would be conforming and meet the 150-foot road frontage that's required along there. So they could have 5 parcels that would meet the road frontage. So therefore, staff finds that the proposed variances do not meet this criteria, and the authorization of the variance would not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent properties or to the public good or to the character of the district. None of that would be harmed by granting the variance. The access is going to stay the same. The parcels have kind of been the way they are, so it wouldn't really affect anything of the way the adjacent parcels function or anything like that. So staff finds that the proposed variances do meet this, the proposed variance does meet this criteria. Should the board see fit to grant the variance to create the 5 parcels as shown on the survey that was attached, staff does have some conditions. One is that the division of lots be in substantial conformance with the plat they've submitted to y'all as an exhibit tonight. The other one is that individual septic tanks will be provided for each of the lots and shall be entirely contained on the lots. Another one is, according to the survey that's submitted, there's one existing well on parcel 595-0000148 that serves all 4 buildings according to the survey. So staff would request an easement granting water from that parcel to the other parcels, and that easement is recorded with the survey and shall remain in perpetuity unless water is made available from the city of Rock Hill. And also that all access easements documents through the lots be recorded and shall remain in perpetuity for ingress and egress for the proposed lots to the rear of the parent parcel. And with that, I'm sure y'all have some type of questions.
I have a question regarding item C on the variance findings. Did staff suggest dividing those into 5 lots without needing a variance?
I don't know that, I haven't really talked to the applicant. Rachel had a lot. I don't
Oh,
know
okay.
if she did or not.
Okay, well, I can ask the
This
applicant too.
was, we didn't have as much time as we normally do go through research and discuss things with the applicant and kind of go through the usual process we normally go through.
Okay.
On this one, so as far as I'm aware, we have not spoken. with
Okay,
the
and I
applicant.
can ask them as well, the applicant, but, okay. Since it was on your finding, I just wanted to ask if that was thrown out there, so, okay.
So there's currently an easement agreement, access easement there for all those properties.
I don't believe there is. That's part of the conditions.
It's on the future plan, but not the existing.
Correct. The same owner owns all the properties.
And the same owner owns all of them?
Correct.
Is it?
Okay.
So you state that they're divided for tax purposes, but I guess I don't even know how to ask this question. Is it one property currently?
No, they each have tax map numbers and all of that from the tax.
So they are legally
They're
different.
legally separate parcels, but they haven't been officially surveyed or anything like that.
So why are we here? I'm not understanding why.
Okay, even if they were surveyed, the applicant wants to make the parcels and move the parcel lines. So if they're non-conforming now, they would be extending the non-conformity, making the property
Because they're
more
reconfigured,
non-conforming. I mean, does that make you happy? They would be increasing the non-conformity of the property by increasing the lot sizes and everything else.
But is there a defined meets and bounds now at all?
No.
So we're redefining something that's not defined.
It's defined by tax map lines, not meets and bounds.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of Darby properties, rental properties like that.
So to make this conforming, if you extended those property lines all the way to Main Street, you would basically eliminate that portion of the eastern property that is not gonna be used, right? It's in the stream floodplain, it's not gonna be used. They're not gonna use that eastern part of the property. They're not gonna develop it. But it would eliminate the front part of the property that they couldn't use if you extended the property lines to Main Street. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're correct. I would
Okay.
assume, they can make staff's point is they can make 5 conforming lots from a zoning standpoint.
Okay, all right. Any questions? Any further questions? No, thanks. Would the applicant please come forward?
How are we?
Ah,
Okay, where do you want me to start? Questions?
Name and address.
Timothy Garland, 361 Charlotte Avenue. That's my office. I'm the representative of Darby Estates and Darby Capital.
All right, so explain what you want to do with this piece of property.
Okay, all right. Property was marketed as 5 different properties. You had 4 buildings, 1 piece of land. The 4 buildings was across the back, 4 across the back. Land in the front, vacant. When the IRS tax department state was involved years back issuing tax bills, especially for the commercial like this, they established the lines. I think these lines have been in place almost 40 to 50 years, maybe even a little longer. Records really don't show. The state, doesn't keep great records after 15 years. So what they're estimating is 40 to 50 years, considering one of the buildings on there is close to 60 years old. That being said, the land in the front cannot be separated because we are under contract on all parcels. It cannot be 4, it must be 5, or the seller, Darby, is in, say, default of contract and can be sued for failure to perform on the seller's behalf. The land in the front is a $300,000 value. I did speak to Rachel. She did ask me, can we make this conforming in a way that we could take and just extend all these parcels to the road? And I said that is a possibility, but I said the estate won't allow it. Bob Brakefield is the estate attorney. He said no. He said, I won't allow it. He said, I have to look at what money can be made for the Darbys, for the longevity of their life, how they're gonna be able to survive, what use the property is gonna be able to pertain to them for the remainder of their life, and what money we can get out of it. So I said, okay, that's understandable. So that's the reason we cannot break it into 4, it must remain 5, and the Darbys would be in default of contract because all the properties are sold. Now, that being said, the right-of-way that's there has been in place for, we're guessing, probably 40 plus years, going back on aerials and going back to tax records and going to see what was there. So it's been in place, it's been in use, nobody knew of anything different. During the title search, deed prep and whatnot, Mike Bryce, who is working with Bob Brakefield as the estate's attorney, found there were no meets, no bounds, nothing was ever recorded. The state just issued lines for taxation reasons. So we had no idea of that, since there's tax map IDs, addresses, everything's outlined. Every parcel has its own septic tank located on its property, except the very far right one, which is Metal Solutions currently. That's the reason we're extending their property a little bit, to make sure the drain field, drain lines, everything's there, and also give them more of a conforming, even though it's always gonna be non-conforming, more of a conforming parking lot in the front. Because, can we flip back and forth what we have, the 2 or just 1, because there's a old and a new. And if you'd see where the property line goes through now, GIS really doesn't show it correctly, because GIS is off a little bit always. The property line cuts through the front and the back of the far right building, and it will not allow for a safe parking lot ever. Even though it's always gonna be non-conforming, this is a better version of non-conforming. It's just common sense governing right here. It's just, we're trying to make it safe, where the old taxation lines made no sense at all. So that's really, in a nutshell, where we're at. When it comes to the well, there's 1 well. There's been 1 well on the property forever. The Darbys are in the well business. They've been in the well business forever. So every parcel has the one parcel in the middle, which is the old Rental Ren's building. You come from the left, second building in. The well is located right there. There are well connections, which were presented in the original package that we put in with Rachel, that shows where the well connections go to the parcel. Everything has its own electric, so everybody's responsible for their own bill. There is a well agreement that was prepared by Bryce Law Firm that everything from the outside of the well to the building is the responsibility, whichever building it goes to, of the landowner, of the property owner. So if the Far Metal Solutions, their well, they can't get water, they gotta track their line. But if there's an issue with the well, it's all for the back property owners. So they all have their own septic, one shared well, agreement for all. Bryce Law Firm also has a right-of-way agreement for usage, transferable for life, for the road right-of-way in the front as well. Coming off of Main Street, entering into, I believe, is 1300, which is the vacant land in the front. If the land is ever approved, developed, which somebody is interested in developing the land right now, he's a developer out of Charlotte. He doesn't know how soon he will, or if he ever will during his life. I think it's really more of a tax reason he's purchasing it. He will take and better the road, and the agreement states if he's ever bettered the road, there has to be one entrance and one exit forever and always, and it must meet code at the time if he develops. That way, the use of the property benefits the far left property owner, second, third, and fourth, and it's not changing. So we're really just setting property lines and recording what was never recorded 50 years ago, and just putting it under a variance considering it doesn't meet current day. So this was a shocker for me. It's been a long time since I came upon a property, and close to 12 years of selling real estate and pushing 1,000 properties that I've not found something that's been recorded with meets and bounds. So I was shocked with addresses. So it was a first for sure. So questions?
Any questions?
So the beginning of your statement, you said that you want to divide the property this way because it's the most profitable way to divide it.
Yes, and the estate's attorney, considering he is in control partially of the estate, because during this process, one of the Darby siblings has died. He has a controlling interest, and he has to look at if Mr. Darby can't work one day, or if Mr. Darby's other surviving sister can't work, or this money passed down to the immediate children, what's the longevity use of the money for their use for their life? I mean, the property being in the front, if we run 4 properties, create 4 new property lines, I can't take and resell all 4 of the properties in the back for $300,000 higher. I cannot raise their purchase price, take 300 divided
I
by
only
4.
say that because it's a limitation that we're not allowed to consider that a property may be more profitable in granting a variance. So I think that makes complete sense, but it's not something we're to consider.
Yep.
I will say that this crazy tax thing,
It's a first.
I disagreed with the county's, their appraisal of conditions A and B, because I think this is extraordinary. If this isn't extraordinary, I don't know what the definition of extraordinary is. This is just, it's another example of the craziness of government, and you know, we all have to put up with it, so.
Like I said, this is sort of common sense governing here. We gotta look at what makes sense. We have individuals that are risking their life because they have to bring down their costs because of current inflation, the Far Metal Company, so they're trying to stay there. And if we can't be able to sell this property because it has to be sold by a certain time for tax reasons, or there's gonna be a huge implication against the Darbys, but Metal Solutions, they have to stay. They can't go anywhere else in the area right now and rent. It's not available in the York County, Rock Hill area that they can actually operate their business. The K3 baseball facility, they went through fighting for, I think, almost a year before they were able to open there. They've invested $180,000. They're purchasing their building. These are the tenants we're working with. The individual who's purchased the Reynolds and Reynolds building, he's letting Reynolds and Reynolds, has been in place for 40 years in that location, remain, and he's going to open his business there. And then the far left individual, we already lost one buyer because he didn't want to deal with this. He moved his business from York County to Charlotte. So we've already lost people from York County because didn't have confidence in the county that they were gonna work with us on this. And we've just recently understood this, I think, in the last 2 months. So we then went under contract with the backup contract, which we had for months prior, and that's where we are now. But again, if we can't execute, we're in default. And this is default because of lack of knowledge, not really any of your fault, not the county's fault, it's really the state's issue from 50 years ago. Go ahead.
All right, so even if you didn't consider the financial advantage, there's just the design, the plat that you're showing on the screen here just physically makes it better for each of those buildings and the uses of them and the parking lots and the access drives compared to what's on here. The lines go through buildings and driveways are on the wrong lot.
That's right.
So I think even if we didn't consider the financial aspect of it, it's just
It's trying to make
beneficial to make it better.
trying to make a
It's
messy thing less
improving.
messy.
That's right.
improving.
We're always gonna be non-conforming. Let's do a better version of non-conforming, that way it works.
Have you considered water supply wells for each individual unit?
No, and I don't believe, according to Mr. Darby, that I don't know if DHEC would work considering the size of the properties and the use of the properties, if they would come on in this location, I say in a donut hole in the city, where the city one day could provide utilities to the property and come in and say, okay, we're gonna allow you to actually put a well on this property when you're surrounded by the city, and maybe in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you never know with the city, because they don't want the property right now.
The
So
city
they
does
don't
not want,
properties
the
elsewhere.
city doesn't want the property?
Yeah, the city doesn't want the property, they want it to remain in the county. As you can see, everything around it is city.
Okay, yeah.
Just like Cell River right now, they don't want parts of Cell River, everything around it's city. They want county to keep little donut holes, so.
So you've been here all night.
Yep.
You heard the first case. Are you sure you want to deal with an easement?
I think that's probably the only way we're gonna go about this, the most profitable way for the sellers, the right way for all the buyers. I mean, I don't see any other option, because I've asked and I've asked and I've asked and I've asked, what do we do? And the only option that was presented that we need to do is easement, because originally we were gonna take up with what was, we thought the measurements based upon the GIS recordings and approve what was there, just so everybody could get back to work and this could end and they could close. But the only option I was given was easement, because we have to have access in, we gotta have a little bit of road frontage, and I think easement's the only thing that's gonna approve that. I don't know of anything else.
One of the conditions that the county has put on here, a recommended condition, if we approve this, is individual septic. Is it not individual septic systems now?
Yeah, they all have individual septics. I don't know why that's on there. That was stated, and on the map I turned in, I don't know why it's not here. I think it shows locations of septics.
So the septic tanks and the drain fields,
Are
they?
located on the
They are
properties.
located.
That's the reason we're growing the right property, because we know the septic, the bathroom and the water is in the front of that building. We know the septic is gonna be somewhere right around the front. That's the reason we're growing it. One, value reasons, because the buyer wanted a little more land. Two, that way he can park some vehicles around back. And two, to make it proper, get the well and get the septic and the drain field onto the property they're purchasing. That way it's not an encroachment on the property next door and doesn't become an issue. It's their responsibility.
Okay. Any further questions?
Not of the applicant, but I do have one, something I just noticed, and I would ask this of staff and I guess legal. I don't know if it's anyone else's packet, but is the application complete if page 137 and 138 have not been filled out?
Yeah.
No, there is no signature on that.
None of this has been complete,
Just you.
or is it just mine?
No,
That's the same.
Unless
I
they
do
just,
think we have the signature documents again. This was a very last minute
Yeah.
put together thing that has really made things very difficult. And I do think we received the signatures
okay, So
at a
this-
later date. So
Rachel
we do
listed
have
already
them
and I
on
sent them
file,
copies.
so I think you'll be okay with that.
So you saw the 4 conditions that we are required to meet. You're probably
Read them
familiar with
prior
this.
and today.
So I'll tell you, the one I'm struggling with is C. Because of these conditions, the application of this chapter to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. So if you were to make 4 lots that, you'd have 5, but if you came all the way out to Main Street, you can still have those that are utilizing the property now continue to utilize the property. It's only,
They can't afford to buy it.
it's only future utilization that would be affected, because if you do that, you lose the lot in the front.
You do lose a lot in the front, and the buyers cannot afford to buy it. A property is only worth what somebody's willing to pay. And York County, with inflation right now, people have to operate their business, and they have to be able to agree to purchase it. Nobody wants the land in the front, and they cannot afford it. People can only afford so much when they operate their business. So taking a $300,000 parcel in the front, break up into 4, and tacking it on to properties which are already at the top of people's budgets right now so they can operate and live, it's just not obtainable. And it doesn't make sense. And Bob Rakefield, the state's attorney, said no. He said it doesn't make sense for the estate. He said especially when we are at the point right now which we can be sued for default and failure to perform based upon the seller's behalf, because the property has an address, a tax ID, and most real estate brokers do not pull deeds. They do not pull meets and bounds. They don't go and pull everything prior to selling a property. If you call just Jane Doe from down the street to come sell your home, she's gonna come sell your home. In MLS, they're gonna put the address, the tax ID, and it's gonna be set digitally based upon the location online. It's not gonna know if it's ever accidentally never recorded, because when this went into MLS, it met all state guidelines that this was a legal property. The only time this was found is when the deed was pulled and Terry Hucks and Bryce Law Firm worked together, because they were both severely confusing. Mike Bryce isn't one that gets confused, and neither is Terry. They've been in the business a long time. Mike grew up in it, and so did Terry. They haven't seen this. So taking a parcel in the front and then me calling a buyer and saying, hey, we can't close because we sold you something that doesn't really exist, no, we can't do that. That's not legal, and we're gonna end up in a big lawsuit, because that's basically telling me, hey, I just sold you a house, but now you can't buy it. Now your wife's emotionally attached, your partner's emotionally attached, and now you're emotionally attached to the property, and I marketed and sold you a property which I actually can't sell you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna sue me for one, business behalf, emotional behalf, failure to perform because the property couldn't actually legally be sold based upon a decision made 40, 50, 60 years ago by the state. And our knowledge as the community, a brokerage, a representative, it's a legal parcel. We didn't know there were no meets and bounds recorded. So that's not somebody normally checks daily, especially when they sell a property. So not something that's common.
Any other questions? Thank you. Anybody here to speak in favor of the variance request?
Thank you, folks. My name is Danny Tinker. I own Metal Solutions.
You own, I'm sorry,
Metal Solutions, the 1310 lot,
and your address?
1310 West Main,
Okay.
232 Lydia Street's where I live.
Residential is what we normally ask for.
Anyway, the business is roughly 30 years old. We've been in this building for several years, and it suits our needs. We're trying desperately to buy it. Our business is all of the buildings that we make are branch banks. And I have to turn them in a certain length of time to keep my business going. For me to shut down and try to move somewhere else, it would just about destroy the business. And so I've tried to do everything I can and asking for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor of the variance request?
Come on up.
Well,
I'm the one who's been pulling his hair out over all of this stuff. Yeah,
Name and address, please.
James Darby, 2512 Zinker Road, Rock Hill. And, you know, the property came into the estate from my parents, and all we had was these GIS lines, and we assumed that they were correct, except one of them cut through. We didn't think it. We wondered why anybody would have surveyed something like that. You know, it just didn't look right. And but when we got ready to market it, we found out no property lines had ever been recorded with the county. And we said, well, how did it get laid out like this? You know, and then we found out that it was something the state tax people did. And like I say, we've been paying the taxes on it all these years, and so we ended up with this. I don't know what a good word is to describe it, but anyway, nobody had ever seen anything like it before. So now we're just trying to get in the meantime, while we've been trying to do this, my sisters are actually older than I am, and one of them passed away, and the other one's husband passed away. So, you know, it's getting to where this estate's gonna get spread out through so many people, it's gonna be hard to do anything with it. And we're just trying to get all these issues resolved before. I'm not feeling too good myself. But anyway, we're doing our best to get things done, and like I say, we know that we're making them a better version of non-compliance by giving people parking areas in the front that weren't on the other track, and make sure the building and the septic tanks, all the redrawings have the septic tanks with the drain fields on the lot that belongs to the property, to the building that it goes to. And so we're doing the best we can. We just need a little help from the county to get this thing resolved. And two of the tenants have bought the properties that they were in. And one of the other tenants is gonna remain there as a tenant to the people that are buying that property. So we're actually there's only one person that's moving out of there. And, you know, like I say, it's just one of those things that's, that took place before there was any zoning or anything, and that's why it's the way it is, I guess. But now we're having to deal with it, so. But I would appreciate anybody's consideration to help us get this resolved. Y'all have any questions for me?
No, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to people, as you probably know, a lot of people today are Sue Happy individuals. The one individual in the second building, which was the Reynolds and Reynolds, they are easy to work with right now, but when we did not close on time because this drug on for months because of employment delays with people right now because they don't have manpower, Terry is behind, so it took a little while, and then the research and what was going on and communicating with Rachel in the last minute, everything, they had to be out of their rental by a certain time, and they had to move in by a certain time, and we already technically reneged on our contract multiple times and had to force extensions. Mr. Darby already had to give them early possession of the property and pay their rent close to $10,000 where they're currently at because they were not able to vacate their property, in which they terminated their lease by a certain time. So this being drug out is costing the estate money, and then it's coming back on me. Not looking bad on me, but the pressure comes back on me like, how do we resolve this the quickest? So I want you to take that consideration that this is costing the estate money. And two, if there's anything that Josh is missing, I'll gladly provide it to him because Rachel was more than happy to sit down with us. She explained documents. I asked her multiple times, as I commonly repeat myself 2 and 3 times, do we need anything signed, anything extra? Mr. Darby sat with me, wrote checks, did everything we needed to do. Even though there was plats turned in 2 months prior, we didn't know what was missing until last minute. So if there's anything that y'all do need, I'll gladly work with Josh and provide him everything he needs. That way, I don't make his job harder, because it's not been an easy one, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jerry Alexander. My address is 220 Vanderbilt Drive, York, South Carolina. I'm here in two forms. One is a realtor, and one, excuse me, I have bronchitis. One is, this is my daughter-in-law, that's her father. He employs my son and my grandson. So we're talking 3 generations here that their jobs can just go away tomorrow. This property is not, if y'all do not approve the situation. There's an easement in place. It's just not recorded for the entry to all these properties. You can access all 4 properties and the 5th property, which is the front property. And I just wanted y'all to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak? For or against?
I just don't have a voice. I have been talking to Ralph Norman about the situation. I had to send him what it looked like to begin with and what it looks like now. And he said it was a no-brainer. He would try to help in any way that I needed and that Timmy needed to help this get moved along so these people can get on with their lives and their livelihood. So he is for us. I don't know if he's recommended anything to y'all yet, but we talked in Lentz, and he sent him emails. I have his personal cell phone, and so we're dealing with some good people here, and we just need for y'all to reconsider and think about the 4 families, how they're going to be impacted if these things this doesn't work for them. Because like Danny can't find any place to move his business. He's got stuff on order that they have deadlines, and if he had to move, he could not meet those deadlines. So his whole business would just implode. So again, thank you.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak? Public hearing is closed. We have a motion from the board.
I will make a motion to, okay, so we have to do one property at a time, or can we bundle them? How do you want that done?
I'm pro the bundle.
Bundle.
It's 10:30. Bundle it all together.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure legally I could do that. Is that okay? Legal? Laura?
The issue with that is that you're needing to make those findings, I guess, for each one of these parcels, but as long as we're identifying those, you can go through them. The issue is gonna be if there's some discussion where one parcel meets the criteria, but maybe another one doesn't.
Oh, okay. All right.
Looks to me like they all do.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you, Jeff. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. I make a motion to approve all 4, or all 5 parcels? No, wait, hold on. We're doing 4 parcels, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve the 4 parcels with conditions, staff conditions 1, 3, and 4. I'm eliminating 2 because as it was stated, they each have their own individual septic, so that should not come into play. So 1, 3, and 4 conditions along with that motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. Good.
Yeah, my reasonings, I know we've got A, B, and C are the 3 criteria that staff didn't believe they met that criteria. I honestly, A and B, I struggle with. I do think it's exceptional, extraordinary. I just think the whole history of this property is just baffling, and obviously doesn't apply to other properties in the vicinities because they probably were all recorded and measured out and everything. It's non-conforming. I think it's taking a non-conforming property and making it more conforming without being conforming. That makes sense. Also with C, I know Jeff had a little issue with this, but I just think after hearing what the applicant said about the front property, I just think that gets into a whole bunch of legal mess, and I just think that that would kind of prohibit and restrict what, you know, the properties behind it, and I just feel like it's what needs to be done to make a bad thing a little bit better.
I agree. Any other comments? Do we have a motion? A second?
I struggle with this because I see all that, but then again, I see the fact that there is a method to make these conforming, and that the impediment to that is a financial one, and we're not supposed to consider that. But yet, this is a unique situation.
Almost no fault to them, you know? It's just,
It gets difficult with the, you cannot consider a financial aspect, but, you know, condition C says, you know, the utilization of the property. Well, it's a commercial property, so utilization of the property is a financial issue. It's just,
Well, the problem
So-
with this is the current lines aren't good for the buildings or the parking lot. So if you try to sell it, that is a restriction to me. It's a restriction on the utilization if you try to sell it. So, I'm not gonna buy that. The property line goes right through the building. I gotta buy both properties. I mean, to me, you know.
yeah, how we interpret it.
Anyway, any more comments? Discussion? All right, we have a motion to approve the variance with the 3 conditions. Right? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. All right, board, we have an executive session.
Oh, I thought it was just 4.
There's only 4.
Well, the
There's
variance is only for the
non-conforming.
4.
You're good. The front is conforming.
Yes. Yes, so it's for the 4 variants.
You're good.
So I can,
Don't go anywhere, board.
yeah, I make a motion to go into executive session.
second.
All right.
You need, she needs to say for what purpose.
For what purpose?
It's listed on the agenda.
This is for legal advice regarding, wait a minute, I don't have the right one. That's the last one. Where's the current page here? Legal advice regarding the appeal of case
Case.
Z21-13.
No, it wasn't 13, was it?
Yes,
That was- okay.
yes, yes. Yes, thank you. All right, so all in favor of going into
I
executive session?
promise it's
We have
not
a
all
vote?
right.
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand, bro.
Approve going into executive session. Thank you.
Anybody have the record vote from the previous,
We have it right here. I gotta make
not
sure.
the one y'all just did?
No, no. Motion.
We're still being recorded, madam. Oh.
I make a motion to excuse ourselves from executive meeting.
Second.
We have a motion to get out of executive session.
Excuse ourselves.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous.
Now we need to make a
Make a
motion for our
motion.
representation.
Move to adjourn.
No, not yet.
Not yet. We need to
gotta
make the
a
motion.
for representation.
You got the
on
motion?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Just making the.
Case Z 21-13.
Second.
We have a motion, and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Now you can say it.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Meeting adjourned.
We gotta sign another piece of paper?
Who's seconding
Yes.
the motion on the representation?